Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Vanguard up.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up. Welcome back to day 2 of the second plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party 2021. We want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, the National Central Committee of the party, and all the comrades who are participating. We have comrades who are tuned in from all over the world in many different time zones and countries, including Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean, as well as here in the US. We had an amazing appeal yesterday, and we adopted Chairman Omali Yeshitela's political report. Before we get started, I just want to give this announcement to please put your comments and questions for workshops and panels in the Zoom chat or in the chat on YouTube and Facebook, and we will read them to the panelists. If you're just joining us today or haven't had a chance to make your 2021 pledge, you can contribute to the foundation of a liberated African anti-colonial economy by donating today. Go to apspuhuru.org/pledge or call 727-821-6620. We raised $86,837 yesterday. Yes,
Yes.
yes. And we just have $13,163 to go. So if anybody who's joined early, that early bird that caught the worm, and you have $14,000 sitting around, you could just slide that into the pledges and we would certainly appreciate it, and knock down that first 100,000 and get started on that second 100,000.
Yes.
Yes. So next, I'm going to bring on my co-MC for today, who is the maestra of the Uhuru movement, Alikia Ngoma, to lead us in the powerful African Nation fight song. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, Matope. So it's an honor to present this fight song again, as I will be doing every morning of the African People's Socialist Party's second 7th Congress plenary. So on your screen will actually be the demo version of the fight song that includes the lyrics and the melody, so that you can really familiarize yourself with the words as you listen to the music. And I just want to note that the instrumental actually includes various different styles of African music to really show that we are one African nation and that African people can work in a cohesive way. So we can play the video now. Uhuru.
Israel to Africa. We are winning. Shout Uhuru for our freedom. We are winning. We'll dance and sing songs when revolutions won.
Uhuru. It's always that song is always such a pick me up.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is Timba put in the comments the African nation's number one hit forever.
Right
Uhuru.
on.
He is true about that. And now it is my honor to introduce the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party and her office. I want to remind people that if you have questions and comments for this workshop, please put them in Zoom, the Zoom chat or the chat on YouTube or Facebook. Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella is a profound leader of our vanguard party. She is a fighter, a worker, and a visionary who makes African internationalism a reality on the ground. DC Ona Zanea joined the party January 31st, 2010. She began contributing to the movement in 95, 96 by starting the first food co op. She then joined the committee to elect Omalia Shatella mayor for St. Petersburg, Florida. As a member of Impedum, DCONA developed the Office of the National Treasurer. She developed the Impedum Membership and Sustainer Program, including the point of entry process for recruitment and winning members and donors. As a member of the party, DC was assigned Chief of Staff of the Office of the Chairman and was appointed Deputy Chair to build the capacity of the Office of the Chair and began building a staff. Today, as the director of over 50 institutions of the African People's Socialist Party and Uhuru movement, DCONA demands the highest cadre stands from all those who work under her leadership. DCONA is legendary as the architect of the Black Power blueprint. She arrived in St. Louis with the expectation of staying for only a week to purchase a Uhuru house. She ended up staying for 2 years, overseeing the building of the Black Power Blueprint, a project of dual and contending power that has pushed back the colonial and neo colonial powers of the city and ushered in the transformation of North St. Louis and for the African working class. Adopting the slogan, the political and economic are one, Deputy Chair has always studied the political report of Chairman Omalia Shatella and makes every mandate a reality. The Deputy Chair is leading the charge to concretize the struggle of our party and people for self government. She builds organization in every area she leads and has set the example by building the Office of Economic Development to capacity. It is an honor to be a member of the office of the deputy chair and to be part of the process that demands the highest levels of accountability. In short, Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella assumes state power in the hands of the African working class and is literally putting the liberated African economy on the ground. Please join me in welcoming African People's Socialist Party Deputy Chairwoman Ona Zanea Shatella for her political report and the report from her enormous office. Uhuru, DC.
Uhuru, comrades. Thank you so much, Mato, for that introduction. I just want to acknowledge my leadership, Chairman Omali Shatella, and salute his political report to the second plenary to the seventh Congress of the African People's Socialist Party. African workers of the world unite and organize. I also want to acknowledge the African People's Socialist Party National Central Committee, members of the African People's Socialist Party, the African People's Solidarity Committee, the Uhuru Movement, and our guests and observers of this historic plenary. I'm thrilled to bring to you this plenary the vision and strategy of the Office of the Deputy Chair for building a liberated, worldwide, anti colonial African economy that the chairman continues to fight for today. So, as the chairman stated yesterday, the motto is to seize, hold, and develop. I want to be clear that the African People's Socialist Party is the instrument needed to make the revolution. Building the capacity of the party is still the number one goal. The party's work to build African self reliance and economic development programs and institutions is part of the strategy for dual and contending power with the bourgeoisie white state. Chairman Omali Shatella writes, and I quote, when we talk about the struggle for self reliance or economic development, we're talking about the ability to produce and reproduce material life. We must begin to build our own power. Many revolutions around the world created dual and contending economic power in the process of winning national liberation. Chairman Amalia Shatella sums up in an uneasy equilibrium the African Revolution versus parasitic capitalism that the economic work and the political work are one, strategically geared towards the conquest of political power as part of the struggle for dual and contending power with a dying imperialism. This is the basis for all the organizations of our movement. Founded in 1972, the African People's Socialist Party was born due to brutal repression that destroyed the Black Revolution of the 1960s. Having not been part of that defeat, the party represents a revolutionary continuum linking the immediate past of defeat with the present and the future. The party was born as a revolutionary organization that moved from one level of struggle to another higher level of struggle. As I stated in my report to the plenary 2020, we are at a point of no return. We are on a mission. We must understand the political significance of our economic institution as campaigns. Together, they represent the unity of theory and practice spoken of in the theme of this plenary. Our theory calls for the total liberation and unification of Africa and African people worldwide. Liberation and unification are a necessity for freeing the productive forces of Africa and our people. Our economic institution represent the practical face of our African internationalist theory of liberation. We must be able to see everything we built as one single, seamless, anti colonial international economy stemming from one revolutionary philosophy. Colonial capitalism is a parasite that feeds off the resources of the colonized. When the colonized African working class builds our own economy, we are carrying out a revolutionary act. We negate the colonial economy and replace it with our own. This act of creating our own independent anti colonial economy divides the parasite of the host that is necessary for its existence. The African working class has to be self governing. That is the political theory that gives meaning to our economic work. That is what we mean when we say that politics is concentrated economics. Our political line is reflected in our economic work, and our economic work is tied to the defeat of colonialism and neocolonialism. This is the practical application of our political theory. We are the vanguard leading the economic process. The party's vision is for us to see ourselves as building a liberated, worldwide, independent, anti colonial economy. The work that we're doing is inspiring others. We are showing that it can be done. We are creating the template. We are infusing into the consciousness of African working class the recognition that we are continuing to build the independent international African anti economy begun by Marcus Garvey 100 years ago. These institutions represent the incipient foundation of the revolution economy. We are self governing now. We must understand that the political significance of the economic institutions and campaigns. Building the anti colonial economy is a step towards self government. The whole African population must understand that in the process of assuming self government, we are engaged in building an independent anti colonial economy that negates the economy of the colonizer. We must be we must capture the imagination of the people so they can see what their future would look like. It must go beyond a concept of freedom to the practice of getting free. People cannot eat a concept. We must take back the productive forces of the African nation. We are not talking about survivor programs nor do for self programs. We're talking about building an anti colonial world where workers will have the power, where the African working class will own and control the means of production. We are anti colonialists, we are anti capitalist, we are African internationalists. So when we say that political and economic are still one, the masses of our people are interested in political and politics primary as the means to change their conditions of existence. In the first place, this means our ability to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. It means being able to provide for our children and our families, to live with an element of dignity associated with being economically competent within the context of a social existence. The party that responds to this critical question of being able to feed and clothe our people will win the participation of African people on every continent in the world. So we have been producing for others. Now it's time for us to produce for ourselves. As I stated in the 2020 plenary report, our people have nothing. We own nothing. We're in poverty from Texas to South Africa. We've been locked into a colonial capitalist economy. We have been producing for others. Now we are in the process of freeing up the productive forces of Africa to, to produce for ourselves. We are creating an independent worldwide anti-liberated economy. This is the significance of the different institutions and campaigns that we are building. So, when we left the 2020 plenary in February, little did we know that 1 month later we would be facing an international pandemic that would force us to close down many of our economic entities within 24 hours. This happened rapidly. The whole strategy of the People's War campaign came about because we had to figure out our next move and unite the party as one, working for the same aim for COVID 19, which we call the coronavirus. We also ourselves, how can we seize the time during this lockdown, make system works better, galvanize our people, and put them to work? We were not on vacation. We had to solve the problems and address the needs of our institutions, our party, our employees, and our base. We asked, how can we move forward with the goals of 2020 and beyond to the 23 Congress in Azania? This is how the People's War Against Colonial Virus was formed. The chairman and I urgently met and led the way forward for the entire party and our movement. We created the People's War Commission with a special focus on the Black Ankh that is led by Dr. Aisha Fields and the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, APDEP. With our 50 economic entities impacted, we knew we were in trouble. We needed resources, but our first priority was to make sure everybody and their families were safe and in good health. We picked up the phone and called every person in our entire base. The people were so touched and expressed profound appreciation for the party's love and concern for their well-being in this difficult time. Simultaneously, we needed to get the word out to our colonized, vulnerable African community about COVID 19 and how to protect ourselves and prevent this imperialist virus from spreading in our community. We had to solve how the employees in our nonprofit institutions could get resources. We knew they had families to support. We asked, how do we apply African internationalism to this imperialist pandemic and maintain our economic base and grow our anti-liberated economy? We were faced with the pandemic, the colonial virus. We asked, where do we start? The strategy lied in the leadership of the Vanguard Party and the leader of the Vanguard Party of the African working class, our chairman, Omali Ishitella. The chairman began to pull together the leadership of our party and movement and gave constant analysis on the decline that we were experiencing. He held morning meetings up to 3 times a week. The chairman continued with Sunday studies called Omali Taught Me and added a new weekday live show called Chairman Omali Ishitella Addresses the African Nation. He did radio and TV interviews nonstop. The chairman was defining colonialism as the reality for African people and winning the African working class to the position of independence while navigating the pandemic. He was building cadres and wielding political power in the hands of the African working class. The People's War Commission formed 8 ad hoc committees to navigate imperialism's crisis and advance the power of the people towards self determination. In this way, we brought the party members together to learn various important skills to take back to their departments and organization, to advance skills throughout the party's regions and our various organizations. We produced training processes, toolkits, manuals, protocols for all areas. We took African internationalism out to the people with these teams. And if we look down, you can see some of the comrades out putting out the brochures, postering, talking to people in the community. We formed Director Akile led four of the major ad hoc committees, and they were the political writer team, the website team, the virtual and radio production team, and the social media team. And I led from the Office of the Deputy Chair, Uhuru NTU Volunteer Brigade, the Grants and Relief Team, the Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign Team, and the Money Sector Team. So we say it's not what we say, but what we do. And we built Black Star Industries as a building economic development and commerce by and between African people worldwide. Black Star Industries is our economic future, developing wealth and prosperity for African and African people everywhere. We cannot solve our problems alone, but with each other, we can build an economic I'm sorry, we can build an economy that sustains us and puts us on the road to independence and self determination. We can teach ourselves how economic development works and the importance of giving back to help each other, not as charity, but to create a sustaining economy that we control. So, Black Star Industry is the legacy of Marcus Garvey and the creation and vision of APSP Chairman Omali Ishitella. So, Black Star Industry is the only part of the chairman's vision and 40 years of struggle to build a movement of African people, recognizing that all vast resources of Africa are our birthright. In the process of building economic development and economic self reliance, we are preparing to self govern once again. So the most important part of this report is we wanted to know, did we carry out our mandates? And I won't go into every single mandate because after this report, each department and organization will be given their report on all the different mandates that they carried out in 2020. So I'm just going to touch on a few of those mandates that were specifically made for me to carry out. Um, so one of them was growing Black Star Industries to seize, hold, and develop. In 2020, we were mandated by the chairman to conduct training to bring several entities under Black Star Industries. So it was Decolonize, operated by African People National Women's Organization, ANWO, Uzi, that was operated by the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, NPDUM, and Uhuru Planet, operated by African People's Solidarity Committee, APSC. So Decolonize and Uzi are now officially limited liability companies. And I just want to say that while it was the ODC was mandated to carry this out, I want to emphasize that the leaders of each of these organizations did the work. You know, we facilitated the outlines and the program, but they actually did all the work to make all of this happen. So the Office of the Deputy Chair led a collective process to ensure the success and growth of Uzi, Decolonize, and Uhuru Planet. Starting in May 2020, the ODC began a series of monthly meetings with all the subsidiaries together to complete the mandates from the February 2020 APS plenary. Each LLC filed the necessary legal documents. They opened the bank accounts. They branded and trademarked their names and products. They created a structure with job descriptions for operations, promotions, and management, designed websites, promotional campaigns. They set financial goals in their budget. Each entity submitted and revised their detailed plan of action that were reviewed by their entire team and utilized the NTU Volunteer Brigade to recruit volunteers. Our final training was held on December 18, 2020, with 98% of the mandates from the ODC 2020 plenary report completed. This is a major victory. So now we have three additional uh, institutions under the banner of Black Star Industries. So I won't go into everything else, but I do want to quote President Ijide from Decolonize. She says, quote, Decolonize is participating in creating a liberated, independent African economy. We are learning from over 50 years of the party's economic development genius, as well as other subsidiary businesses under Black Star Industries. We are truly creating an economic network entrenched in revolutionary aspiration of our people. And then we have Uzi, led by President Columbai. And President Columbai says, this process of the office of the deputy chair has given us the confidence and concrete ability to make this happen in a real way, to feed, clothe, and house ourselves, and to have a future for our community. We know that Black lives won't matter until we get Black power. Uzi Custom Apparel will help us to achieve economic self reliance, self determination, and independence in our lifetime. And then we have Uhuru Planet that is led by Chairwoman Penny and Uhuru Planet Coordinator Hallie Murray. And Hallie states, we are honored to be a part of the process to make Uhuru Planet a powerful subsidiary of BSI. In the past month, we have recruited 3 new volunteers through the Uhuru NTU Volunteer Brigade who will help us with grants, social media, and our budget. Our goal for 2021 are to expand our sales with a strong presence online and have our distribution bundles be sold all over the country through the Buy Black Power campaign. This will help us open up Uhuru Solidarity Centers in our regions. So some of the other mandates I'm going to just really touch on really quickly. As I stated, we have 10 reports coming up, and all of these departments will be given a report on the mandates that they completed. So we have Uhuru Foods and Pies in Oakland and St. Pete. One of the things that they did not fulfill was to become a full-time business with a full-time director and staff, but they will be working on that coming in 2021 and beyond. They created and held colonialism as cuisine webinar series. They held weekly orientations using the national interview process. They held a national Uhuru Foods recruitment Zoom conference in August. They shipped 100 pies nationally to one customer. They also distributed Uhuru pies sold by party people in Los Angeles and San Diego. They began training with APSP Midwest region for Uhuru pie sales at the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. They developed cookies, added new pie sizes, and improved savory pies. They improved all Uhuru Pies packaging and labeling. They increased retail accounts. They professionalized and received training in sales. So I'm going to go ahead and skip. You can see one of the biggest things that they accomplished in one night, they had to bake 1,000 pies for Steph Curry's um, organization. So right here below on page 16, you can see um, Western Region Bakri with NBA star Steph Curry at his fundraiser. So that was really a big accomplishment. So we're going to go ahead and move to the buy the Black Power Blueprint projects. Um, this committee, I can't say enough about the things that they have done, and I know they're going to give a report. So I'm just going to briefly go over some of the things that mandates that they completed. They hosted monthly Musa Abantu Black Power Poetry and open mic events. They held MPDOM community rallies in Karamu. They held Black Power Blueprint and reparation funding webinars. They completed the One Africa, One Nation marketplace, outdoor venue stage, landscaping, planted trees, and planted and the Gary Brooks Community Garden. They implemented the NTU Volunteer Brigade program, um, demolished two commercial buildings purchased through the LRA process for future retail facilities. They completed the renovation of the African Independence Workforce Program. And you can see some of the pictures of this fourplex. I mean, it's just really beautiful. And for me, the African working class have to have the best. It's not good enough to say just because we're the African working class that we're not entitled to the best, but we're entitled to the best. And all four apartments are going to be furnished and really beautiful for the African Independent Workforce Program. So I'm going to step down to some of the pictures. You see the beautiful garden, the Gary Brooks Community Garden, and all the food that was grown, even during this pandemic. We see the record there where we demolished two commercial buildings. You can see some of the work that was going on in the fourplex. You can see the outdoor venue next door to the community garden where we're going to be holding the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace. You could see Tachara Simba, who is going to be our next alderman in the 21st Ward, held a press conference. We see our the manager of Tachara Matsimba and Zay Matsimba, campaign manager for that campaign. We also developed a charrette that really outlined what we want to do for the next 5 years in the city of St. Louis, and we presented that to the LRA. So the next department is the NTU Volunteer Brigade that's led by Chicharma Simba, and he will give a full report on all the mandates that were carried out. And I can say that all the departments are mandated to take on this process of the NTU. And if you are in a department that has not been mandated or has not participated in the NTU process, you need to really get on board because it really helps to define and grow our capacity and bring in new volunteers and new recruits. So these are just some of the, I think this is the Huru Furniture in Oakland and Ahura Furniture in Philly who actually carried out the process. So moving on to one of the developments for this coming year is Ahura Wabingi, which means Freedom Bank. So we're in the process of providing microloans for our internal movement only. And we've been trying to build this program now for a year and a half. And I'm happy to say that we've raised over $26,000 now of our 28,000 goal. We've created the microloan application online. We formed the approval loan committee, and we'll begin the training for applications in June of this year. So this program is going to be kicked off this year, and this is going to be a program where Ahura movements can come in and say that they wanted to borrow money to jumpstart their department. So we're really, really excited about that. The Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign. And I just want to congratulate Nzei Masimba and Rai Fogarty again on their win for the Comrade of the Year. Both of these comrades work in the Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign, and they have developed and strengthened the infrastructure of the AOBS, and they will continue this process in 2021. They built a promotion and social media team, consolidated donor and appreciation and retention team. They trained African community team members. They initiated December 2020 Bernie Spear promotional spread of the Black Power Blueprint, winning the significance of African self-determination in dual power institutions throughout our movement. And these are some of the articles that were written. And we also developed a whole booklet for our donors and for future donors to really showcase exactly who the Black Power Blueprint is and what it's doing all over the world. So I'm going to skip down to page 23, the the Buy Black Power campaign that's led by Matopin Ali. I want to say that I'm really, really proud of these comrades who have really worked and struggled to make this program happen. One of the big um, mandates for this particular program was to develop the website. And now we can say we can go to www.buyblackpower.org and you can see our amazing website. We're still working on the Buy Black Power directory that's going to be promoting each businesses. And we've set up where we're going to be doing on Black Power 96. We're going to broadcast on the People's War Show, different businesses showcasing them and letting the people know that they need to get involved in the Buy Black Power campaign. And we have Ahura Furniture in Philly and in Oakland. Um, they have done a tremendous job during the COVID-19 shutdown. Like I said, all of our institutions were closed, but we were able to continue to win and brand driven by self-determination, held regular live online shows promoting the Ahura Furniture as the economic institution of APEDF. We promoted the relationship to the Black Power Blueprint and the Black Aunt, the COVID-19 protocols, was not able to carry out the COVID-19, all the protocols because we were shut down during a period of this in 2020. So we brought together all the regional parties, institutions, and organizations through 3 pop-up markets at UFC, including hosting the October USM March for Reparation Rally, hosted community culture events with local artists and performers, including celebration of African style events to promote Enzo. We built the NTU Volunteer Brigade off of this COVID-19. We maintained excellent quality and abundant of quality of furniture throughout the year, made new business relationships, including sources for excellent quality office furniture. We won grants from Pharmont CDC and the Merchant Fund. We led APDF GoFundMe and Giving Tuesday campaign that exceeded our goals. And we also developed our donor base. We hired an Enzo artist for painting furniture and kept inventory stocked on African fabric cushions and fabric masks. We developed an independent website and marketing strategy that will be taking place in 2021. So, I mean, this has just been incredible. And in Oakland, they did probably about the same thing. They kicked off promotions of the NTU program. They hired a full-time NTU coordinator. They restarted the steering committee and the regular meetings, hired a full-time position in sales and in operation. They also was awarded 3 grants from Amelia County, and the UFC held 6 Enzo workshops, and they recruited 13 volunteers and finished 20 Enzo pieces for the year. Created a Buy Black Power window display featuring the products and promoting throughout social media, including weekly orders of Ahura pies and the all power promotion crochet items from Ciali. So I want to go ahead and move down to the regional strategy. The chairman talked about this a lot on yesterday, so I won't go into this as much. The regional strategy from each party, the West, the North, and the South will be giving presentations within this plenary, so I won't go into that. And then on page 20, 32 down to 33. I want to talk about moving forward for 2021 and on to the Congress for the 2023. So our main focus for this year and moving into the Congress of 2023 is the Office of the Deputy Chair must work with the African Socialist International and our party in Africa. We must utilize the youth education and the supplies, our 501c3 nonprofit, to bring school supplies to schools in Africa and pay teachers a livable wage. I will be traveling to Africa to determine how to forward our economic work. We want to secure import and export licenses tied to our Africa work. We want to develop the African Independence Workforce Program in Africa to design products from our beautiful African fabrics. We want to export those products to the US, the Caribbean, and Europe. This would include setting up 5 to 10 sewing machines in Africa to develop the means of production. And I want to say that this has already begun, and I know um, Chairman Tafari will be talking more about this, but we've already started the meetings for Africa last month, and they've already secured a building for our garment factory, and we're in the process of renovating that right now. So we are, moving forward to make this happen. We have to solve the communication problems, getting the internet and the phone access together because even when we are meeting now, most times we have to meet on WhatsApp. So we want to really solve the communication problems and making sure that the comrades there have the capacity of a computer, internet, so they can be able to do the work. We want to secure an Ahura House Center for production, display training, and organizing. We want to work closely with our leadership in Occupied Azania to develop our economic programs there. We want to provide training in economic development to create our plan. So, yeah, this is what we want to do in Africa. And the next important mandate moving forward for us is the Black Black Power Blueprint mandates. So our mission is funding, funding, funding. We will win support for the African economic self-reliance and reparation. We want to expand the vision of the African Independence Workforce Program to include cultural arts, construction trade, and African textile industry. We want to implement and expand the African Independent Workforce Program with curricula, timelines and job placements, secure funding through the reparation legacy campaigns, the grants, the relief funds, and through direct donations from individual donors and supporters of the Black Power Blueprint. We want to fund and build the Uhuru Jiko commercial kitchen in St. Louis. We want to fund and build out the basketball court in St. Louis as well. And we want to develop the plans for building out the 3 lots to include a retail center, a health facility with the focus on African women's health. So we're saying that we want to work smarter, not harder, this coming year. So, in closing, I want to just read this is taken from the Little Black Book, the quotations from Chairman Amalia Shatella, Live the Highest Ideals of African Internationalism. So I'm going to quote the chairman. We have about 4 different quotes from him. And I just think that this is a beautiful closing and statement that the chairman has and the vision that he has for Africa and African people to be free and liberated. And I quote, if we of the African People's Socialist Party live up to the highest ideas of African internationalism, if we live up to our commitment to our people, making the firmest possible assault on our enemy, if we build our party building process and develop a program which meets the general overview put forth in this main resolution, the days of US imperialism are truly numbered, and the new building we are embarking on will signal the liberation of our people from this deprived US colonialism, the united development of a critical and catalytic international society awakening, and the end of US imperialism led world of ignorance, poverty, brutality, and human misery. We have a responsibility, brothers and sisters, to step forward. Some of us has been seduced. We are making plans for our individual futures and what our degrees are going to do for us, our positions in these corporations that we're going to work for. You can do that if you want to, brothers and sisters. But what I do is put my faith in African revolution. I put my faith in the liberation of Africa and African people. If I have any damn thing to do with it, and it comes to you getting a job in one of these imperialist corporations, you'll be unemployed. Our responsibility is to bring them down, bring them down, bring them down. All the people who wanted to see a new world, everyone, including poor white people, must turn loose their whiteness and join with the struggle of black power to overturn white power, which is the social system within which the poverty of white people occurs. So, what white people have to do is turn loose their whiteness and fight against white power. They must, they must I'm sorry, they have to unite with the struggles of Black people whose oppression and exploitation is the basis for the existence system that is oppressive and exploitative. For us, the question is clear. The future will prevail. It is urgent for all of those who are taking a neutral seat as spectators in this contest to take up the call, take the great leap forward, and grab the future in your hands to help shape and mold it in our lifetime for this generation. Those who can must join the African People's Socialist Party. Those who cannot must support us. Build the Revolutionary Party of the African working class. Build the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru. So, comrades, that is the end of my political report. I did skip through a lot because of time. And now, what we want to do is we want to move to the actual reports that are going to be presented from 10 departments that are located in the Office of the Deputy Chair. So, I want to start with the first report that's going to be presented by let me go. It's the Hura Into Volunteer Brigade. It's going to be presented by Chara Masimba, Abdul Muhammad, and Stephanie Mittler. So I want to turn it over to these comrades to present their report. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. So my screen is somewhat obscured, but into you, I can't read this, so let me pull up mine. Okay, Uhuru. Into you, into you, Uhuru. Into you, volunteer brigade is the Uhuru Movement's vehicle to recruit volunteers into all of the movement's organizations and to help them see themselves as a single brigade of African internationalist volunteers and ambassadors. All organizations have a philosophy, no matter how impartial and well-intended they pretend to be, and all philosophy is class philosophy. We are creating an army of African internationalist volunteers that will aid in the fight to free the African nation under the leadership of the African Working Class Revolutionary Party. Next slide. Uhuru. Coming out of this plenary, and I'm quoting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, coming out of this plenary, I am also calling members to allow the masses of our people it's obscured again. Coming out of this plenary, I am also calling on party members to allow the masses of our people to participate in the economic development of our nation as laid out under the section on the Office of the Deputy Chair, owner Zane Yushatella. Comrades, we can do this. This is a step-by-step plan that if we begin to implement it, our whole party can and will be larger, more dynamic and functioning in a greater geographical territory. We have truly initiated the process for the liberation and unification of Africa and African people and the destruction of a social system that oppresses and sucks the blood of the toiling masses of the world. By this time next year, our party will be at a whole new place in our revolutionary process. Next slide. Now, salute to Deputy Chair Owner Zane Yushatella, and quoting the Deputy Chair, we are demanding that resources be given to the African-owned businesses and small nonprofits. Next slide. So I would like to introduce the distinguished members of our committee. Deputy Chair, Ona Zane, T'Challa, who is the chairman, Abdullah, I am the vice chair, and Stephanie Mittler is the projects manager. Uhuru, next slide. Part 1, recap previous successes and failures. Next slide. Quoting our chairman, almost every difficulty we are confronted with in our work revolves around the issue of recruitment. Recruitment has been an ongoing issue for us in virtually every area. There are just not enough people to take on the growing, increasingly important tasks, campaigns, and programs we have created. Next slide. Under the leadership of Deputy Chair, the process was laid out in menu form. We are able to take that menu along with the help of others who had been implementing it and develop the into you further. Next slide. When the white nationalist police officer murdered George Floyd, that led to an influx of volunteers that we were overwhelmed with. Next slide. So in order to facilitate this, T'Challa Masimba, began to organize us and organize a better method and means by which to facilitate the next slide, please. That were available in our constituent organizations. We got on outreach, we hooked up with LinkedIn, we got up with volunteer match in our own place, the blackpowerblueprint.org, where we volunteered, where we advertised.
Right, so once we had developed a process to bring volunteers in, to orient them and to assign them to teams, then we found that it was necessary to work successfully and really bring volunteers in. Next slide. So as an example, we would assign the volunteer to the social media team. But not only did we have to develop the Uhuru interview process, as we said, we had to help other organizations develop processes to onboard and lead volunteers. So in this case of the social media team, we developed a team that would first source different quotes from party sites and literature, the Burning Spear being an example. Next slide, please. So in this example of the social media team, we would have a team that sources the quotes, and then they would pass that content on to the next person or team who would then create content such as a meme, as you see here, the meme with Deputy Chair, so that we would have a team that would do that. Next. So then from there, the social media team had another person or team whose responsibility would be to post that content to the various different social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, etc. Next slide. Okay, and then we designated a team who would then be responsible for really analyzing the content, looking at the numbers and making sure they have that we respond to comments that people post in response to our social media content. So this was an example of the social media process that emerged. Next slide. So we learned to improve the process, like farmers learning the process of agricultural production. Now Uhuru Into You can effectively recruit and orient volunteers. And in this example, the social media team can now effectively onboard and lead them. Next slide. So those were some successes. Another success was that we attracted volunteers from bourgeois corporations who responded to the resistance. And this was kind of a new phenomenon. We had not been accustomed to corporations reaching out to us to offer whole volunteer programs. Next. So we also saw new departments and organizations within the movement implement Uhuru into you. So you see some new some new volunteers here. Havid, Renzalia, Shauna, Joseph, Honey Blue, and Thalma are examples. Also USM Into You volunteers you see here at a banner painting event in St. Petersburg, Florida. And then we also see Agitprop and USM. They also implemented Uhuru Into You as well. So that was another victory. Next slide.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Thank you. All right, so we also saw departments and organizations continue to develop the Uhuru Into You program. So as an example, we saw the Northern region continue to develop the program and expand it, perfect it. Uhuru, next slide. Okay, so Uhuru Foods and Pies and Uhuru Furniture Stores also developed their Uhuru Into You programs despite pandemic challenges. Next slide. All right, and we saw Uhuru Into You programs appreciate their volunteers, and this was a real success for those who implemented the volunteer appreciation campaign to really let volunteers know we appreciate them and retain volunteers through that way. Uhuru, next slide. So of course there were contradictions. Next slide. So we have initiated several important campaigns and programs to tackle the need for more effective recruitment. This includes the Powerful Into You program and our membership and sustainable funding massive campaign. A quote from the chairman. In the interest of time, I want to keep moving. So next slide. So one of the contradictions we saw, and we identified 5 main contradictions, is that we need to implement 4 basic reports everywhere people are doing Into You. Next slide. So one report is will show us what organization and what region is actually implementing the orientation. So we want to know each region, what organizations are in each region, and ensure that they're actually implementing the Into You. Next slide. All right, so the second report will be each region will show the volunteers that each organization has by organization. The third report will show each region should show the volunteers that each party member has under their leadership. And then fourth, each region should show a list of pending and active volunteers. Next slide. Okay. And I want to turn it over to Stephanie.
Uhuru, next. We're gonna, another contradiction we see is improving volunteers for projects and training movement on processes. Next. This next slide shows the difference between a project, having volunteers work on a project versus a process. Very different things, and we're gonna take on solving that. Next. This next slide shows an example of a process where we're taking people through a simple linear steps, acts much like a factory line. We know what the tasks are. Next. And this next slide shows an example of a project where we're working on multiple things at the same time. Next. Another contradiction that we see is the need to create a new orientation video. And I know everyone wants that. Next. So we're going to rope in the Africans 1 Billion Strong and Black Power Blueprint social media and video editing teams to help with that. Next. Another contradiction that we see is branding Uhuru Into You throughout our whole organization. Next. And we're going to do that through 3 steps. When you first post for volunteers, you're going to be branding it for your particular organization, but then during the orientation and onboarding process, you brand that experience as the Uhuru Into You Volunteer Brigade so that people understand that they're part of one organization, no matter who they're volunteering with. And then as they participate in the work, there's practical work, there's political education, and it deepens their identity as members of your organization. Next. And last, we found the need to adjust our steering committee roles. Next. We're going to take on additional roles that have to do with input, social media and promotions, the process, orientation and intake, and the reports and analysis. Next. And just lastly, we wanted to touch on a couple of the initiatives. Next. I'm not going to do this quote by Chairman. It's a really great quote, but I'm going to go to the next slide just in the interest of time. One of our initiatives is going to be called the Uhuru NTU Legacy Program, where we're really seeking out volunteers who can introduce us to people in their corporations who are the rainmakers. And we have a process developed to take that on. Next. Another initiative is to hold an Uhuru NTU National Conference. That's going to be in June or July, having people who represent the NTU programs throughout our organization come together to discuss the programs and solve problems. Next. And lastly, we're going to expand the NTU committee, bringing in representatives from all 4 regions, recommended by regional representatives, to address issues in monthly meetings. And this is going to give us the ability to really expand and build our NTU program. Next. And just, lastly, it's an honor to be part of this committee under Tucharwa's brilliant leadership in the Office of the Deputy Chair. And I just want to say, I really believe NTU is going to transform all of our work. Without NTU, your committee is sitting in a locked room, lamenting your lack of people. And meanwhile, NTU is the key to that locked door. So we want to say forward to building this work in 2021. We are unlocking the door and letting the people in. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Whoa.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Chachara, Abdul, and Stephanie for that powerful presentation. We're going to keep it moving. We have the Black Power Blueprint Reparations Campaign report that's going to be led by Chairwoman Penny Hess. And you have 15 minutes.
Uhuru, salute you, Deputy Chair Onizanaia Shatella. It's an honor to be here representing the Black Power Blueprint Reparations Campaign. Next slide, please. Saluting Chairman Omalia Shatella, the leader of the African Nation and the African Socialist International, who built the movement for reparations to African people. Unity with the political report and with the 2021 plenary. Next slide. Salute to Deputy Chair Onizanaia Shatella, the visionary leader of the Black Power Blueprint. It's an honor to be here and to work under your leadership, Deputy Chair. And we just have tremendous unity with your political report, which was so powerful. Next slide. The Black Power Blueprint is transforming North St. Louis. Next slide. The Black Power Blueprint represents power in the hands of the African working class and negates the colonialist economy as Deputy Chair laid out. Next slide. The Black Power Blueprint is creating the African liberated workers economy. Next slide. We win white reparations in solidarity with the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. We recognize that all white people sit on the pedestal of the stolen labor and resources of African people, and all white people owe reparations to the African community. Next slide. Introducing the Black Power Blueprint Reparations Steering Committee, Comrades Amanda, Kyle, Jesse, Ali, KC, Renee, Lisa, and Allison. Next slide. Our goal is to create professional promotional materials on every front and raise resources. Next slide. Here's a sample of our social media posts in 2010. We're supposed to have a video right now. And we should be on slide 7. I'm sorry, we should be on slide 11 and showing a video. All right, well, let me just go forward. Okay, here we go.
What do the Black Power Blueprint mean to you?
To me, off the rip, it means empowerment. Like, I felt the power from the flag. And that's where I know this whole community gonna feel this.
We see here a group of people that's ready and willing and able to make changes go forth in this city.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Things that were desolate, buildings that were vacant, you know, that you all are buying now and trying to make sure that, you know, something's given back to the city and make the people feel like that they may have something to reach out to.
Showing people in the neighborhood that you can have more, right? So yeah, it's definitely a movement. It's definitely can go to astronomical lengths. So yeah, that's it.
Came to volunteer because it seems like a really amazing project going on here. I love the community gathering space and the food that's being grown here.
So the Black Power Blueprint, I think, points to giving small businesses or individuals that are of African descent a chance to grow and to empower themselves economically. So.
Uhuru. So in 2020, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch gave the front page coverage of the Black Power Blueprint in a humongous article. It was really powerful. And want to salute the work, the media work of Nze Masimba of the Chicharo Masimba electoral campaign that got this coverage. Next slide. Yeah, the Post-Dispatch article, very powerful. Next slide, should be slide 14. We helped create a 4-page spread in the December issue of the Burning Spear newspaper. Next slide. In 2017, we first launched the Flip Cause, the crowdfunding, and we have received thousands of dollars of reparations from thousands of people, and the participation of hundreds of donors and the NTU campaign. Please go to blackpowerblueprint.org to volunteer or donate. Next slide. The Black Power Blueprint was also featured in the incredible broadsheet that was put out by the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement called The Streets Are Talking. Well, it was actually called Black St. Louis Speaks, and this was the section called The Streets Are Talking about the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. We want to salute our powerful video team, Corey and Ashley here in St. Louis, Nick in Portland, and Kyle, our video coordinator in St. Petersburg. Next slide. The powerful basketball court promo by our video team. Please watch this video.
Right here in St. Louis, the conditions of the north side is horrific.
I just think that it's important to say that we believe in the democratic anti-colonial right to be able to have community control of every aspect of our lives in our communities. And I think the most fundamental, most democratic, most anti-colonial demand that I can conceive of is community control of the basketball court.
The basketball court is so important. Number one, because the community has no recreation. So along with this lack of grocery stores and economic activity, there is no kind of cultural activity and programs for children to participate in.
We need a basketball court. We need to have things in our community. Black people need to be empowered of their own life.
We want Black community control of a basketball court, a simple democratic anti-colonial demand.
This is not just about building a basketball court, it's rebuilding a community. Donate today to build a community-controlled basketball court in North St. Louis. Who will step up and make the slam dunk? blackpowerblueprint.org.
Uhuru. So go to the blackpowerblueprint.org to donate to the basketball court, which, as Deputy Chair laid out, is coming into reality in 2021. Donate, volunteer. Next slide, slide 20. I'm sorry, slide 19. We want to salute our amazing young actors who acted in that incredible video. Saluting to them. Slide 20, saluting Aaron and Allie, who are professional producers who produced the powerful Giving Tuesday video, which helped us surpass our goal for that fundraiser in 2020. Next slide. Slide 21. So watch this amazing 1-minute video.
Community I felt was demoralized. 3 years later, we have acquired all these different properties and also programs within the African community.
And we are bringing economics to the community. And that's the bottom line. We have to revitalize this community economically.
That red, black, and green flag unites us all, regardless of what ward you're from. We understand that we are one people.
Uhuru. And slide 22. Thanks to Cami T, the powerful St. Louis videographer, and Brandon, the music producer for the original music on that video, as well as Bailey and Ethan on the crew. Next slide, please. We produced web shows as fundraisers, like the one with this local alderman that was done before the pandemic and shutdown in 2020. Next slide, please. We salute Lisa on our team for a powerful new website this year. Please go there again, blackpowerblueprint.org. Next slide. Check it out at blackpowerblueprint.org, and thanks to Lisa. Next slide. Salutes to Adobe Corporation, professionals who, through the NTU process, Ryan and Cass are teaching us industry standard media practices. Next slide. The Black Power Blueprint project work gets done so fast that even during the pandemic, we had to update our engagement booklet again. And that had to include all the work on the fourplex building. Next slide. Our monthly newsletter keeps our supporters informed. Next slide. Salutes to our social media promotions team. Next slide. Salutes to Uhuru Solidarity Movement for a powerful Giving Tuesday 24-hour telethon. Next slide. From the acknowledgement team, we made a new thank you video that you get after you donate on the website featuring Abdullah Muhammad. So let's watch this new video.
Uhuru, my name is Abdullah Muhammad, and I'm the outreach chair for the Black Power Blueprint. I'm here to say thank you for donating to the Black Power Blueprint. And we just want you to know how much we appreciate you. Your contribution is going directly towards projects that are building economic and political power into the hands of the African community. We're already seeing the positive impact that this is having on our communities, which have faced centuries of injustice. This is bringing new hope for a new future in which we as African people have control over our own lives and neighborhoods. Again, we just can't thank you enough for making this possible. See what your contribution is going towards and what we have accomplished so far and how you can get involved by going to blackpowerblueprint.org. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And we also want to salute our new thank you card. This is on slide 32, with designs by an NTU volunteer. Every donor gets a thank you. We love our donors. Next slide. Our goals for 2021 are continue to create professional promotions for the Black Power Blueprint, expand our reach, win more reparations, and make it easier for every front that's raising reparations for the Black Power Blueprint to be able to do so with professional materials, and win more people from around the world to be in the base of incredible supporters for the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. This coming year, we will build a professional media committee using NTU. We will broaden to a large social media base, especially Instagram, which we're going to be focusing on, and produce videos showing the scope of the Black Power Blueprint project and an approach to solidarity. We're going to make a video specifically approaching white people and why they should support it. We're going to build our web and newsletter team, build a photography team, and make sure every donor gets a thank you. Driven by the projects, we're going to set financial goals. Next slide. And unity through reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny, thank you for that powerful, powerful report from the Black Power Blueprint Reparations campaign. And comrades, we're going to keep it moving because we got a lot of reports to get to. Up next is the Buy Black Power report by Matope and Comrade Ali. You guys are up.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Welcome to the new Buy Black Power. We have rebranded this dynamic campaign with a new logo, new website, new business directory, new membership levels, and more. First, I'd like to salute our leadership, Chairman O'Malley Yesatella and owner Janae Yesatella. Next slide, please. Our struggle against colonial capitalists must be rooted in the actual colonial territories that we occupy. Chairman O'Malley Yesatella, next slide. Politics is concentrated economics, buying black versus buying black power. To simply buy black power does not challenge the oppressive social system. Colonial domination, it attempts to negate the power of the external, which keeps us living under colonial domination. Buying black just for the sake of buying black doesn't forward the demand to create dual and contending power, economic power. Next slide. However, through implementing the regional strategy to build each region as an economic political hub, when party economic institutions declare themselves as buy black power businesses, it is more than a slogan. It is putting a united revolutionary demand to politicize commerce in order to shift ownership of the means of production and distribution on the ground. It puts the ideal of building social wealth under the leadership of the African working class out of the population of the regions. The following maps are a visual representation of the reach of Buy Black Power by regions. Next slide.
Uhuru. Excuse me. Product sales and distribution for the Western region. Excuse me. Oakland, California is the center for the regional political work of the Western region. The Uhuru House, Uhuru Foods and Pies, and Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles serve as sales and distribution points for Buy Black Power products, including Enzo, Decolonase hair and body products, Uzi custom clothing, and Bernie Spear media. Next slide. St. Louis, Missouri, home of the Black Power Blueprint, is the anchor of the political economic work of the Midwestern region. Impedim's product line, Uzi, a thread of freedom, is not only sold in the Midwest, but it is also distributed in the Western and Northern regions as well. Uhuru Flea Markets, the Uhuru House, and Uhuru Jico are potential distribution channels for Buy Black Power products. Next slide. In the northern region, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is the economic political hub. Uhuru Furniture is the sales center and distribution channel for Buy Black Power products from Uhuru Planet, Decolonize, Enzo, Zenzele Consignment, Black Star Industries, and Burner Spear Media. The One Africa, One Nation Marketplace is the primary sales and distribution channel for non-party member products. In Boston, Uhuru Planet is a distributor of Enzo's and Cara fabric pillows. Zenzele Consignment in Huntsville, Alabama, and Uhuru Foods and Pies in St. Petersburg, Florida, consistently put forth the political line of the Buy Black Power to their customers and supporters. Through Burning Spear Media and Black Power 96.3, members of Buy Black Power have access to targeted promotional news and radio distribution. Next slide. And the next is Buy Black Power in the regions. So this map is basically illustrating where Buy Black Powers are across the country. Next slide. Fulfilling the mandates moves the work of the party forward. Armed with the Burning Spear newspaper, we're putting the political significance of Buy Black Power out into the world by attending events involving independent African vendors, engaging with and sometimes purchasing from them. Next slide.
Uhuru. Next slide.
You can read the slide that is on, comrade.
Oh, okay. We have two photos up of our party member and a photo up of March for Reparations to African people. Next slide. We buy from each other. We appreciate the customers who are intentionally in building an independent African economy by purchasing from Buy Black Power businesses. Next slide. The cultural producers, artists, educators, and entrepreneurs who share their skills, brands, and businesses to strengthen the African community's ability to feed, clothe, house, educate, reproduce ourselves are forwarding the struggle for economic self-reliance by becoming members of Buy Black Power. Next slide.
With Africonomy Live, the monthly web show on Instagram Live, our global audience gets to know the Buy Black Power members and their businesses more intimately. Next slide. We conducted interviews of leaders of party economic development institutions, including DC ONA for the ODC and the Black Power Blueprint, Tiffany Murphy for the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace, Kundai by Kiki Jai for Zenzele Consignment, Chia Kotensuka for Uhuru Furniture, and Bakari Olatunji for Uhuru Foods and Pies, as well as then by Black Power members, Akilia Chebe, Thread by Denise, Christina Sheree Freeman, Vibing by Nature, Raquel Barnes, Fit to You Wellness, and Janet Taylor, Totally Organized LLC. Next slide. Interested in learning more about and or purchasing from one or more of the businesses listed in the directory, simply click on the photo of that business to be redirected to their website and social media page. The website, which includes the Buy Black Power business directory, is live. Visit, subscribe, join at buyblackpower.org. Next slide. And here is a photo of our lovely Buy Black Power brochure. Next slide. The mandates updates. One mandate was to put out the political significance of the Buy Black Power campaign to every African business. That's ongoing. Complete the new Buy Black Power brochure is done. Complete the Buy Black Power website that includes a directory promoting each business. That's done. Broadcast live from Enzo shop at Uhuru Furniture on social media outlets ongoing. Set up interviews with the businesses on Black Power 96.3 is done, and begin to develop a NEMA projected for 2021. Next slide is a video of a potential member of Buy Black Power named Muyawa Tongu, who does hand-dyed batik fabrics. And we shared about Buy Black Power, and I told you what it was about. Do you think that's something that you would be interested in joining?
Oh yeah, that really sounds interesting, so I'll be interested in joining that.
Next slide.
Here's our membership levels. Includes one social media, $25 level is level 1, self-determination, power over our own lives. It includes one social media feature, a year, an opportunity to appear on Africonomy Live, a free copy of The Burning Spear. Next slide. Our membership level number 2 is a $35 level, self-reliance, our self-reliance and our own resources. Power over our own resources, sorry. Includes all the benefits of level 1, plus one additional social media features, an opportunity to be mentioned in an article in the Burning Spear newspaper. Next slide. Our membership level number 3 is $50 by Black Power, liberating ourselves from colonialism. It includes all the benefits of membership level 1 and 2, plus an opportunity to sell products on Africonomy Live, Facebook Live edition from UFC, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, for a small fee, which will allow the members' business to reach a target established audience. Next slide.
Through 5 minutes.
Buy Black Power members will provide the base for the African National Business Association, ANIBA. Next slide. Is a video by the chairman.
Over the years of party economic activity within our own independent institutions, we have accumulated a wealth of know-how. In the past, leaders of our economic institutions have paid to participate in trainings by experts in retail industry. Now we have become experts ourselves, not only in retail, but in running commercial kitchens, bakery, cafes, rental spaces, and innumerable Uhuru movement-related operations, commercial and otherwise. Deputy Chairwoman Onozine Ishitela has correctly concluded that we have acquired the skills and knowledge that can be transferred to Africans engaged or wanting to engage in economic enterprises. The Office of the Deputy Chair must move to organize as many independent African businesses as possible into an association that can offer training for business creation and development. The African National Independent Business Association, that's what we're calling it, the African National ANIBA Independent Business Association, will provide for Africans what the white colonial associations that sponsor the retail training we received over the years provided for us. The African National Independent Business Association will offer annual week-long trainings to African entrepreneurs in business and those desiring to establish businesses. We will be able to provide those trainings for less than what we have paid for training over the years. Hosted in different cities, these trainings will provide access to information and visits to different African businesses for direct contacts that exemplify the possibilities of an independent African economy. This business association will create an entirely new dynamic within the African colony. Currently, all the economic leadership within the colonized African community is foreign and contributes to the ongoing dependency of African people. This is true whether the businesses are owned by Europeans, Chinese, Lebanese, or Palestinians. The outcome is the same. Africans are dependent on others for our lives and livelihood. This is a direct result of colonialism. In fact, our colonized communities globally have often provided the stepping stones to successful economic outcasts of the capitalist system. Most importantly, the African National Independent Business Association will become a conscious arm of the anti-colonial movement. The African businesses within our communities have an objective interest in the preservation and development of our colonized communities in order, if only to protect their African market. The role of the Party of the African Working Class will be to provide anti-colonial ideological and political leadership for the businesses through the association.
Next slide. Goal number 1 for ANIBA is to organize as many independent African businesses as possible within and outside of the party and the movement into an association that can offer training for business creation and development. In doing so through ANIBA, we as the vanguard of the African working class will provide anti-colonial, ideological, and political leadership for the businesses while creating a new dynamic within the African community. Next slide.
Rue, 1 minute.
Goal number 2 is to build a library of trainings such as protecting your intellectual property, getting the most out of small vending spaces, and advancing the Black Power Revolution movement, which is small business. These trainings will come from by Black Power members and other leaders who have expertise in all areas. The objectives of ANIBA. Reaching the goal gives African businesses an opportunity to carry out objective interests in the preservation and protection of the African market, which is currently dominated by and under the leadership of the economic outcasts of the capitalist system. It will break the cycle of economic dependence of Africans on others to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. Next slide. This concludes the Buy Black Power presentation. Thank you all for your time and attention. Uhuru.
Uhuru, wow. Thank you so much, Matope and Ali. Great report. We're gonna keep it moving. Our next report is Black Power Blueprint social media team, which is Casey Mackey, Massey, and Zan Lille.
Uhuru. Uhuru, everybody. Uhuru. I'm so excited to be on the African People's Socialist Party 2021 plenary, giving this report with my comrades Zanlile and Pico. We were going to be joined by Mansi, but unfortunately she's no longer able to make it, but she is a great member of our team. And we are going to be giving the Black Power Blueprint social media report. Next slide. I firstly want to start by saluting our leadership and this incredible team, Chairman Omala Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela, the visionaries of the Black Power Blueprint and leaders of the African Revolution. Next slide. And of course, the African People's Socialist Party Department of Agitation and Propaganda, who put on this incredible plenary on Zoom and under whom the work of social media falls, as well as the Black Power Blueprint Steering Committee, who has been a part of this incredible workshop. Next slide. And the Black Power Blueprint Projects Committee, which we'll soon be hearing from, who are pushing forward the Black Power Blueprint projects on the ground, and which is our responsibility as social media to promote to the world, and we wouldn't have anything to post without the projects happening. Next slide. And the Black Power Blueprint, of course, gets its own salute as an incredibly unique project that represents economic and political power in the hands of the African working class. And pictured is the latest project, the fourplex that's being renovated for the African Independence Workforce Program. So we wanted to also talk about the significance of social media in organizing with these statistics that I won't read all of them right now, but you can see that social media plays a really critical role in bringing in resources and donors and support from all over the world that you couldn't otherwise reach. For instance, nonprofits on average spend $67 on social media ads to acquire just one donor. Next slide. And as you can also see, please stay on the slide to read some more significant information about how many people who engage with nonprofits end up getting involved because of social media, whether they donate money, time, or resources. It's over 50% that do so because of what they see on social media. Next slide. And without a great team, we couldn't accomplish this. So I'm really excited to have this incredible team, honored to be the chair, and with Zanlile and Mansi as our copywriters, Ola, who is our secretary, and Chairwoman Penny, the chairwoman of the African People Solidarity Committee, who is responsible for the webinars. Next slide. Also, we have an incredible crew of graphic designers, animators, and transcribers. So we have Leslie, Zoe, Helen, Marcus, Jess, and Kriti, who make all the great memes and videos that you might see on our Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Next slide. And we wanted to show a short video that shows that it's really actually a salute to the NTU Volunteer Brigade that you heard the report earlier today of how they helped us build our team. Uhuru. So next slide, just again want to appreciate specifically to Charwa and Nzei for helping us bring so many people onto our team, as the social media has a lot of goals that we need a lot of people to help accomplish. And to keep a lot of the volunteers that joined after the George Floyd uprisings have also stayed on to this day. And part of that is because we have had regular meetings to keep people engaged and involved, and we give political education about the significance of this project and giving them updates about the Black Power Blueprint so they know, what they're involved in and that it is making a difference and they are a part of that. And of course, give backs and appreciation. Everyone that on our team got a copy of Black St. Louis Speaks that was mentioned in the Black Power Blueprint Reparations report, and we always let them know how much they are appreciated. Next slide. I would now like to actually turn it over to my comrade Zanlile, who plays a really important role on this team, to talk about our workflow, our content, our strategy, what we actually post, what we actually do. Uhuru, Zanlile.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Casey. I am excited and honored to be on the Black Power Blueprint social media team and reporting to this plenary for 2021. Next slide, please. When our team grew, we needed a way to lay out a content calendar, basically a plan that we would post on a regular basis to update our followers about the projects, including statistics about conditions of African people in St. Louis, current events, and how it relates to our mission. We began using Asana. Asana is a software as a service designed to improve team collaboration and work management. It helps teams manage projects and tasks in one tool. Teams can create projects, assign work to teammates, specify deadlines, and communicate about tasks directly in Asana. Next slide, please.
Oh, actually, it's the previous slide. Can you go back? Okay, cool.
Okay, an example of the weekly meme assignments that we developed with our designers, Jess, was volunteer testimonials, which show the human face and impact on this project. You can see one of the slides here, the memes of Abdullah and of myself. Next slide, please. We also want to put out political education and the colonial conditions faced by African people that the Black Power Blueprint seeks to overturn. As you can see here, a meme about redlining and about mass incarceration. Next slide, please. In the fall of 2020, we started a new show called The Struggle to Achieve Black Power, and it is now hosted every Sunday at 6 p.m. Central by Abdullah Muhammad on our Facebook Live. One of our graphic designers, Leslie, creates promotional memes every week based on a new topic. Next slide, please. In addition to our graphics, we found that one of the most effective posts are the before and after pictures of the Black Power Blueprint projects. These were the most liked posts on the Instagram in 2020 that show the drastic changes created by this project. This is where a volunteer photographer would be a huge help, and we are currently looking for one in St. Louis. Next slide, please. Also in 2020, we saw a big upstick in followers when we worked with organizations with similar missions, such as Building Black Bed-Stuy, who promoted their fundraising for Black Power Blueprint. One of our goals is to work similar groups, work with similar
Zanzilla is frozen.
No.
Did we hear, is she back? I thought I heard her.
Hello, next slide.
Okay, cool.
What? Okay, I apologize for that. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can we go to the
Okay.
previous slide?
I'm sorry about that. Where was I? Giving Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Giving Tuesday. Giving Tuesday is an annual fundraising holiday that is driven by social media. Our team attended trainings by nonprofit fundraising platforms on how to fundraise on social media. One formula we learned was creating posts that show a problem, how your nonprofit addresses the solution, then a call to action. Here's an example of one that we did. Next slide, please. Okay, so we want to be self-critical because that Giving Tuesday meme didn't put out the anti-colonial nature of the Black Power Blueprint. At first, the meme said the problem was that 50% of the prison population is African. But after meeting with our chairman, it was raised that how we should frame this is colonialism has pushed African people into prison so much that we are now 50% of the U.S. prison population. The problem is colonialism, and the Black Power Blueprint addressed the root cause, not the symptoms. We want to report this to the plenary that we committed to putting out an anti-colonial message to truly represent the Black Power Blueprint. And now, thank you. I would like to turn this over to Social Media Chair Casey Mackey.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Sambile, for your participation on this team. And next slide. So we wanted to also talk about how we actually did in 2020 and what our goals are for 2021. So one thing we also did was develop a budget that included buying Hootsuite, which we really recommend for social media teams. It's a platform that allows you to post on all of your platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube at once. And another helpful feature is that it generates analytics, so you can actually see how you're doing in a scientific way. How many people are liking it, what posts are doing well, what is actually coming in, is it making an impact? So these are the analytics we got from Facebook, where we ended the year with 3.5 thousand fans, 425 were new, so like, 1.3 a day. We had a total of 192 posts that got over 9,000 reactions, 3,000 shares, and over 1,000 comments. And the most popular, you can't see the picture, but our most popular was the before and after pictures of the Uhuru House and the One Africa, One Nation marketplace where those abandoned buildings used to be. And another popular post was a appreciation post for Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela for incredible work to forward the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. We also got our analytics for Twitter with 490 followers at the end of the year. 76 of those were new through 165 tweets, and our most liked tweets were actually pictures of the African flag as well as our Giving Tuesday memes. Next slide. So we had laid out goals for 2020 and we did fall short of them, and we want to figure out how to make them for the new year. So for instance, Instagram, we wanted 5,000 and we're about 1.7 thousand. At Twitter, we wanted 1,000 and we're at about 500. Facebook, we will have a goal of 10,000 and we ended with 4,000, 3.5 thousand fans and 4,000 follows. And then on YouTube, we had a goal of surpassing 1,000 subscribers and got 700. So you can see in the red, we fell a little short of those goals. And part of it was because we may have set them too high, and also because even with all of our great memes and posts, we lacked a strategy. Next slide. So the challenges we faced are that we didn't meet those goals, and we have been struggling with engaging more audience, increasing our viewership, and what we say, breaking through the barriers, getting to the hundreds of thousands of followers that this project needs and that we want to fight for. So part of that is we are in need of marketing and communications expertise. Social media is changing all the time, and digital marketing is a huge field, and we know that there's people out there that will volunteer their skills and bring us where we need to be. And we also need strategy-based budget and advertising. So the next slides, we want to go over how, great. So to get our exposure, we want to do regular blog posts that relate to current events so that they show up in people's algorithms. And in tangent with that, better use of hashtags, which can be really, a make or break between 1 versus 1,000 people that might see the post when it shows up in their feed. Polls are also important, posting them on your Instagram or Facebook stories so that your followers can actually click and engage. Also collaborating with other groups with similar missions, and following the example of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and putting him forward on all of our movements pages, because he is doing the best on social media, getting the largest following on Instagram in the quickest amount of time, and the most followers on Facebook with nearly 20,000. Next slide. Also, marketing and communications expertise. I want to report that we have found someone named May in Detroit who is going to be joining our next meeting following this incredible plenary, who is going to help us develop a strategy, including how to use TikTok, which right now is huge for Black organizations and Black advocacy. And she says we can really ride that train and use it to build our other social media platforms. And a lot of it's just reaching out to similar groups, asking them to post our stuff. And that's when we'll find that we'll get people outside of our base. Next slide. And that strategy-based budget and advertising, we are going to be working on updating our budget for 2021. We want to increase our Hootsuite budget so that we can have multiple users on it. The basketball video that everyone saw and the reparations report can definitely go viral, and it needs to have a budget to make it an ad so that more people can see it. And we want to start doing monthly advertisements and promotions, especially on Instagram. Next slide. We just wanted to conclude our report to salute again the host of the Struggle to Achieve Black Power, which is not happening tonight because of the plenary, but will resume next Sunday, every Sunday, Abdullah Muhammad. This is also a very well-liked picture on our Facebook and Instagram. And I just again want to salute the whole Black Power Blueprint steering committee on this workshop, the Office of Deputy Chair, the chairman, Zanlile, my leadership in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and thank you again, Uhuru.
Uhuru, Casey, and Zanlile, thank you so much for that powerful report. And we're going to keep it moving, comrades. Up next is the report from the AOBS, the Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign presentation. And that would be Comrade Nzei, Kitty Rowley, and Raya Fogarty.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Deputy Chair. It's an honor to participate in this report from the Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign to this historic second plenary of the Seventh Party Congress. So reporting with me today is, as Deputy Chair said, our new APSP Comrade of the Year, Nzei, our APSC Comrade of the Year, Raya, and Janice, our project manager and leader of the appreciations team. Next slide.
The chairman slays it in this presentation in the Africa debate on January 24th, 2019 at the Oxford Union in England. Our Africa is not poor. Africa is being looted.
It was Europe and imperialism that required Africa to be divided so that the resources of Africa, both human and material, could come and pave the streets in London and grow the buildings in Amsterdam and bring clean water to New York, while the streets in Sierra Leone are not paved. And the people in Sierra Leone do not have clean water. And there's no national electric grid there. It is necessary to keep Africa divided by European imperialism and by all the imperialism in order to continue to suck the resources from Africa. If there is a problem with the European Union today, it is because the foundation, the economic foundation of capital, of imperialism, is being stressed by the struggles of the oppressed peoples of the world to take back their resources from this parasite that bleeds Africa, that bleeds the world, that bleeds Afghanistan, that bleeds the people of Yemen who are dying by the thousands even as we have this discussion. We have to be able to break out of this, but it's going to take revolution in order to do this. African revolution in order to do this. African revolution that will destroy imperialism and the world economy that's responsible for the growing immiseration of the masses of people around the world. Uhuru.
Uhuru, we'd like to credit Jaden from our social media team for editing that video. So first, next slide. Saluting the chairman, Amalia Yeshitela, who in the recent presentation continues to provide the basis for why the party formed the Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign. It is our Africa that is bled for the capitalist economy today and from its inception. It is we who are negating this reality as we build our own independent, anti-colonial, liberated economy. Quoting the chairman, as Marcus Garvey did 100 years ago, we must build our own capacity to create an international economy connecting the party and African workers from Azania to Europe, the Caribbean, and storefront enterprises in African communities in the US and throughout the world. Next slide. Quoting Deputy Chair, people cannot eat a concept. We must take back the productive forces of the African nation. We are not talking about survival programs nor do-for-self programs. We are talking about building an anti-colonial world where workers will have the power, where the African working class will own and control the means of production. Uhuru, salute to Deputy Chair Onuzene Yeshitela. Next slide. AOBS was formalized under Deputy Chair's leadership with the goal of building a worldwide institution without walls. Our mission is to win every African and all those who support African self-determination and independence to contribute to the economic program and strategy of the African People's Socialist Party in building an independent, liberated African economy. Next slide.
Africans 1 Billion Strong is an institution of Black Star Industries. I quote from the party, Black power is state power in the hands of the African working class, building one single independent liberated economy, one single leadership around the world. This is dual and contending power. Next slide. Winning reparations from the white community as a revolutionary demand to African people reverses the flow of parasitic capitalism to the African anti-colonial economy. Next slide. Introducing the AOBS Steering Committee and AOBS Appreciation Team. From left to right, myself, Chair, and Zaid, Chair's Social Media Team, Janice, the Appreciation Team, Chair, Helen, AOBS Appreciation, Abdullah, AOBS Appreciation, Raya, AOBS Appreciation, Renee, Black Power Blueprint, Amanda, Uhuru Solidarity, Pete, Uhuru Foods, and Ruby, Uhuru Furniture. Next slide. We also have our AOBS social media team led by Zaid and has members Drew, Kota, Jaden, and Olivia. And we have a promotions literature team. I chair Abdullah, who wrote the narrative, the AOBS narrative, Raya, PowerPoint's artistic director, Janice, over the, who's our project manager, Allison Haney, who joins in written literature. Next slide.
Under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onizane Ishitela, the infrastructure of ALBS is being built to enhance recruitment and increase the capacity to win and develop donors and reparations to Black Star Industries and APEDF's Black Power Blueprint. Next slide, please. The foundation built by the chairman and the African People's Socialist Party over the past 50 years is bearing fruit. African internationalism has proven and materialized itself in the world. Next slide. Donations are now flowing in from all over the world and into all entities of the Uhuru movement. We have donors in 6 countries, 35 states in the US, and 141 cities internationally. Next slide. Next slide.
That's it.
Donors begin making 2020 pledges last February at the first plenary to the 7th Party Congress, inspiring all who attended and watched online. Play video, please.
Tell us why you want to pledge. Because I want to be free. And I want to make revolution in America. And this is the leading organization in the nation fighting for revolution, not only here on this planet, on this country, in this country, but also on the continent, also in the diaspora. So I was always looking for those who could sustain themselves through the 60s. It was a rough time. And you have done that with your paper, with your movement, with your different committees. So I'm honored to be here with my son.
Next slide.
Following the outbreak of the colonial pandemic, the chairman and the party's NCC formed and led the People's War Campaign. The party carries the people on its shoulders, and the people responded when the colonial virus hit. Next slide. Deputy Chair led the Anti-Colonial Economic Front with the priority to go to the people. All areas consolidated their base of supporters into a phone banking list and began calls to reach every person to express our concern for their health and well-being. The phone banking was led by T'Charwa, the Uhuru NTU program coordinator. The AOBS team then issued the printed newsletter with the Deputy Chair's message and produced the People's War Against COVID-19 button for donors. Next slide. It has been an AOBS strategy for years to diversify sources of donations, and COVID-19 pushed us to carry this out. The Uhuru Furniture Stores and Uhuru Foods expanded the APDF and BSI donor bases to include shoppers, customers, and volunteers. Next slide. Deputy Chair also called the grants team together to take advantage of every resource available. The team urgently identified and secured all possible COVID relief funding from government entities and foundations for both individuals and for party institutions. Next slide.
People were looking to support African self-determination. APSC and USM began to deepen the call to white people to do more than protest and take a stand for reparations. Next slide. The influence of the party and African internationalism brings expert skills to advance the projects, architect and urban planner, professional promoters and funders, and filmmakers come forward. Kai from Keep Bed-Stuy Black coordinates a GoFundMe for the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. USM takes the party-led reparations demand to the white community on Zoom through marches for reparations in cities across the country and other online peer-to-peer fundraising undeterred by the colonial virus. Next slide. AOBS meets with USM and contributes to the development of the Reparations Legacy Project campaign, and with the Uhuru Furniture Store teams and USM to launch Giving Tuesday appeals and telethon. New potential major donors are identified and met with, deepening the donor base of APDF and potential larger support. Next slide. As you can see by the charts, the number of new and sustaining monthly donors spiked in June after the murder of George Floyd and continued following the whole rest of the year. African resistance to the murder of George Floyd, May 25th. Another
5 minutes.
Another increase came in December from the Uhuru Furniture-led Giving Tuesday campaign with peer-to-peer funding and Uhuru Solidarity with 24-hour telethon. Next slide. And Zay?
Overall, we increased donations 13% from 2019 to 2020. This was due largely in part to new donors from Uhuru Furniture, Uhuru Foods, Black Power Blueprint, and Giving Tuesday campaign. Next slide, please. The Uhuru Into You process proved to be a game changer last year for AOBS, especially for our social media team. Individuals and corporations sought out Black Star Industries and APDF to offer training and volunteers. Volunteers from all over contributed their expert skills to the party. Here you see thank you and greeting cards and updated logos and letterheads created by a team from Adobe Corporation. Next slide. An AOBS volunteer from Amsterdam even donated hand-lettered cards, which you see here. Next slide. Through Into You, we recruited social media volunteers from India, Brazil, Jamaica, and all around the world. We increased our followers and influence by 17% with daily political postings on Facebook. Next slide, please. We improved the social media process by posting consistently with weekly themes and videos. We used current events, the party's line, and political analysis, and we highlighted our volunteers. Next slide.
Africans 1 Billion Strong social media team created posts that were shared by Black Power and other institutions. Next slide. Abdullah writes the narrative to reach the African world, and we incorporate into the AOBS brochure that was mailed to all hubs in the regions. Brochures are distributed in institutions that are open during COVID-19 and including in mailings. Next slide. The Office of the Deputy Chair, pages of the Burning Spear through 2020 featured Uhuru Pies regional distribution and food production, Uhuru furniture trucks transporting goods, the Black Power Blueprint projects with African community collective work, contractors, tradespeople, demolishing and building institutions and programs. Next slide. In ALBS, we developed the infrastructure with teams and accountability to our donors, emphasizing the importance of appreciations and stewardship in all organizations and institutions. Next slide.
Implementing a new donor stewardship program, we called donors and sent personal emails with articles, updates, and videos to build the relationship. We sent video of the chairman at Oxford, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch article, and the Black Power Blueprint Project's booklet and online newsletter. Next slide. We make sure to reach all St. Louis donors and invite them to tour and participate in the Black Power Blueprint. Many local donors are immediately won to join the garden team, projects committee, grants team, video editing team, and the production for the Black Power Study weekly online series. Next slide. Our donor appreciation and recognition team sends donor gifts and handwritten thank you cards within 48 hours of every donation. Some of the gifts have been magnets, stickers, bandanas, tote bags, t-shirts, and sweatshirts. In addition, we've held Zoom events to appreciate and salute our volunteers. Next slide. We've also sent custom cards to acknowledge birthdays, condolences, graduations, births, and other life events. Next slide.
Moving forward mandates for 2021, quoting the chairman, every time we sell a burning spear or an Uhuru pie, ask for contributions to the party's economic institutions and programs. So for 2021, we want to promote ALBS throughout the African world. That's our first mandate. Secondly, I'm sorry, next slide, please.
Time.
Okay, I'll finish up really quickly. Secondly, we want to increase donor income on all fronts. Third, we want to build ALBS as a full-time institution, and that incorporates hiring a professional donor manager. Fourth, we want to bring ALBS campaign to every party region. Fifth, build the ALBS team. And lastly, increase focus to win reparations from the money sector. Last slide, please. Uhuru, thank you for your time and forward to the 2023 plenary in Occupy Tanzania. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Kitty and Zaid, Raya, and Janice for that report, comrades. Very powerful. We're going to keep it moving. Our next report is going to be Uhuru Foods and Pies, Oakland and St. Pete. And that's going to be Maureen Wagner, Bakri, Ciali, Janice, Pete, and Kara.
Uhuru movement and with my teammates, Uhuru. Next.
You guys have 30 minutes, I want to say.
Thank you. Next. We want to salute the chairman. And of course, the chairman's theory of African internationalism has been the guide for the African working class in building an independent international African economy that negates the colonial capitalist economy. And we want to salute Deputy Chair, under whose leadership Uhuru Foods and Pies is an important part of Black Star Industries that is building commerce by and between African people worldwide. Deputy Chair's vision of Uhuru Foods and Pies shows what African self-reliance and self-determination look like. Next. We want to give you a little history of Uhuru Foods and Pies. And in 1978, The party was building a campaign to free Desi Woods. As a fundraiser for the march in San Francisco, the party led a food booth at the San Francisco Pride Festival in June 1978, and that was the real birth of Uhuru Foods and Pies. Next. The party formed APSC in 1976, and the APSC was called for solidarity, not charity. The party called us to do solidarity, not charity, from the white community where the resources of the world are concentrated. APSC did bake sales and began doing concessions at progressive political events, theaters, concerts, fairs, and festivals in the San Francisco Bay Area and other cities. We sold tens of thousands of giant chocolate chip cookies at Grateful Dead concerts. Throughout the 1980s and 90s, APSC took the party's African community campaigns out to the white communities through Uhuru Foods and Pies, winning funds, selling thousands of Burning Spear newspapers, and getting support from tens of thousands of people. Information and signs at the concessions promoted reparations to the African community and the African-led campaigns of the party, including the campaign to smash the crime bill that was sponsored by now President Joe Biden in the early 1990s. Next, throughout the years, the party had to fight for every single resource. Many events were controlled by suburban chamber of commerces and white left organizations. Uhuru Foods would often be denied a food booth based on the left attacking the party and demanding support from the Black community for white rights, or under the guise of events being open only to local organizations, which always translated to white. The party had to take on the white gay movement to be at SF Pride and the parasitic Northern California Community Organization that controlled and raised its entire annual budget from the biggest reggae festival in the country. Next. As a result of the struggle of the party to consolidate APSC as African internationalists, we were assigned to transform our reparations work into party institutions. In 1987, the Uhuru movement opened Uhuru Bakery Cafe and Catering in Oakland. Next. The Uhuru Bakery quickly became an extremely popular institution serving healthy comfort foods to rave reviews from food critics and the public. It was a popular political organizing center for the party and quickly became an African-led institution, proving then that the economics and political are one. The Bakery Cafe was forced to close in December 1989 due to damage from 3 mysterious fires in the building that the landlord refused to repair. Turn it over to Pete.
Next slide, please. Uhuru Foods and Pies has made incredible advances over the years. Fully owned, next slide, please. Fully owned by Black Star Industries, the vision for Uhuru Foods and Pies is to put control of land, food production, and food distribution back in the hands of African people. Next, please. We lead and carry out the Uhuru breakfast and lunch booth at the Saturday morning market in St. Petersburg, Florida, the African comfort food booth at the Grand Lake Farmers Market in Oakland, California, food concessions at outdoor festivals, and pie sales, including wholesale, pop-ups, peer-to-peer sales, and partnerships. Next slide, please. Our goal is to build a regional and national sales of Uhuru Foods. The St. Louis Jico Bakery Cafe and the African Independence Workforce Program are the means to build this vision. Next.
Our Uhuru Foods and Pies team meets twice weekly, and we all have a role in ensuring the success of Uhuru Foods and Pies. Next. This is the Uhuru Foods and Pies team. Maureen is the National and Oakland Chair. Bakari is the National and Oakland Vice Chair. Sally is the National Project Manager and Outreach Coordinator. Janice is the National Promotions and St. Pete Chair. Tara is the National and Oakland Recruitment Coordinator. And Pete is the Oakland In-Kind Donations Coordinator. Next. The volunteers are the heart and soul of Uhuru Foods and Pies. Here are some of our amazing regulars in Oakland. Next. Besides the hundreds of volunteers each year in Uhuru Foods and Pies, we also have volunteer interns in production, market, operations, and promotions who make 3 to 6 month commitments and sometimes longer. Serena has been our assistant baker for over 3 years. Derek has worn many hats and took on a 6-month internship in our food booth. And Randy did a 6-month internship on social media in 2020. Next. Janice has the honor of coordinating the St. Pete's team as part of the African People's Solidarity Committee under the leadership of the Office of Deputy Chair. Al has been the coordinator of the Uhuru breakfast, lunch booth at the Saturday market for over 7 years and does shopping, pie prep, and other operations work. Marge is our volunteer lead baker. Next. Our St. Pete volunteers include Lindsay, a professional baker, and Brittany, a graphic artist who designed many of our new materials this year. Because of COVID, we didn't have large groups of students this year, but we just brought on a new social media intern, Isabel. Next. USM members are the key volunteers as part of the solidarity role of reparations. Rashada does weekly pie boxing and market sales. Sarah and daughter Juniper staff the pie booths and production. Eliza assists with volunteer recruitment and promotions. Jackson and Jamie are top pie sellers on the phones. Next.
Bakri?
Bakri, you're on mute.
Okay, I thought I pushed the button, my apologies. Under the leadership of Deputy Chair, the whole team developed a plan of action from our 2020 mandates to guide our work. Next slide. Our goals and mandates for 2020 were to build the team, become a full-time business with director and staff, carry out all aspects of the N2U Volunteer Brigade, complete the plans for the St. Louis GCO and In Good Company Summer Project, have concessions only at the best street fairs, expand the production line and win wholesale accounts, promote Black Star Industries, and continue regional sales and the training program. Next slide. Uhuru Foods and Pies began 2020 prospering, expanding, and developing. The Uhuru breakfast and lunch market booths in St. Pete was selling a record number of meals. Next slide. In downtown Oakland, our booth at the Black Joy Parade in February brought in 211% compared to 2019. The African community supports Uhuru Pies as part of our own economic development. Historically, the Black and Indigenous community have supported Uhuru Foods. Some of our best food concessions have been at Caribbean Festival in New York, Afribian in California, Carnival in the Mission District in San Francisco, and Festival at the Lake in Oakland. Next slide. We started 2020 knowing we had the challenge of replacing Maker Faire, our top grossing food booth weekend in the past. We had a solid plan to double our income at San Francisco Pride and had begun to put all efforts into this June event. Next slide. We were preparing to host 20 volunteers in St. Louis in June from various corporations to build the Uhuru GCO backyard venue and herb garden. The In Good Company program of Cliff Bar was providing labor, all the materials, recruiting volunteers, and funding the operations. Next slide. When COVID hit in March, all our plans and operations shut down. The St. Pete market closed. We closed all Oakland food sales and production for nearly 3 months. All outdoor festivals in 2020 were canceled. In Good Company's summer project was canceled. As the shutdown continued, it was clear that our holiday pie sale pop-ups and corporate tastings would be canceled. Navigating COVID-19 pushed us to do a lot of things, including work we had already planned. Uhuru Foods and Pies thrived against all odds. Next slide.
Janice.
Excuse me, next slide, please. We went to the people and our relationships. We contacted all of our volunteers to check up on them. We immediately added a donation page to our website that allows people to contribute directly to Uhuru Foods and to Black Star Industries without purchasing a product. The people came forward to support Uhuru Foods and express their appreciation for the food and for this beloved African community institution. Next slide. Our Uhuru Pies pop-up partner, Intuit, gave grants to their employees to donate on the Uhuru Foods GoFundMe. We won sustaining donors that we never had before and got some large donations. We created an appreciation program with gifts for various giving levels. Next slide. Through the Grants Committee, we received business relief funds in St. Pete and Oakland that helped keep Uhuru Foods and Pies open and functioning during the shutdown and the rest of 2020. Next slide. With African resistance leading mobilizations around the country demanding justice for George Floyd, partners and supporters came forward in so many ways and brought in their contacts to support Uhuru Foods and Pies. Next slide. Pop-up partner Humble Sea Brewing Company stepped up to donate 10% of a week's beer sales and encouraged their customers to donate to APDF. They also donated all proceeds of the Black is Beautiful beer collaboration in August, and they continue to support Uhuru. Next slide. We've had pop-ups pie sales at Cliff Bar in California since 2010. Cliff Bar pledged a grant to Black Power Blueprint when the summer project was canceled due to COVID. They increased that grant after the resistance of the African community following the murder of George Floyd. They introduced us to Eat, Learn, Play, the foundation of the famous NBA player Stephen Curry and his wife, Aisha. Cliff Bar sponsored Uhuru Pies to bake and distribute 1,000 sweet potato pies for Christmas with the Currys. That planning began in August when we already knew that our tastings were going to be canceled. Next slide. We also won financial, technical, and business support from others, including Firebrand Artisan Breads. Firebrand introduced us to San Francisco Baking Institute, who we contracted to design the plans for Uhuru Chico in St. Louis. Next slide.
All right, 2020 goal was to increase wholesale accounts. When the shutdown occurred, everyone on the team made business calls. We got feedback from the stores carrying our products, relationship that was built through the NTU team led by Tashara with Smart Sheets helped us professionalize our sales as well as operations and recruitment. We got a Best Buy date stamper and barcodes for grocery stores. We also attended workshops on wholesale strategies. Next slide. We established and improved COVID protocols, and led by People's War Commission Coordinator, Dr. Aisha Fields, we set national COVID policies before we reopened the kitchen and markets, and volunteers held us accountable and felt confident with our processes. Next slide. We improved our packaging and labels at the prompt of our wholesale partners. Labels and clear containers increased visibility. We tested cookie recipes and gift packs for grab-and-go sales. We improved the African hand pies. Next slide. We improved booth locations at both markets to give us more visibility. The improved sales in St. Pete. This improved sales in St. Pete and in Oakland. We are now across from an African-owned coffee business. Next slide. In addition to COVID-19, several huge destructive California wildfires created damage, and air quality was so bad that it impacted our outdoor market sales and partnerships. Our newest relationship with Humble Sea Brewing in Santa Cruz was on hold as their business and staff were impacted by fires. Despite this, Uhuru Foods and Pies still continued working. Next slide.
Volunteers with skills and connected to companies came forward from all over the world. Next slide. We promoted Uhuru Pies politically in the wake of the uprisings and with people wanting to support Black-owned businesses and organizations. We built the social media team. We coined hashtag Baking for Black Power, hashtag Beyond Protest, and others, and created memes and political posts. Next slide. On August 30th, we held the recruitment team, led by Kara, created the Colonialism as Cuisine webinar series with these themes. We had cultural and food appropriation as colonial theft and violence. Food deserts, the denial of quality, nutritious food is colonial violence. Fair trade, it's not fair or ethical, it's colonialism. These webinars help people understand that Uhuru Foods is about more than baking pies. Uhuru Foods is building the political and economic capacity of the African working class to have the power to feed, clothe, and house themselves. People signed up to volunteer and they donated during these webinars. Next slide. On August 30th, we held an international Zoom conference. We won and involved many volunteers to participate virtually and practically in ad hoc committees. Next slide. Despite COVID, we were successful in carrying out our mandate to begin the Uhuru Jiko St. Louis plans and funding. Initial architectural drawings were done by HT Design. The floor plan was completed by San Francisco Baking Institute. We also updated the Black Power Blueprint Projects booklet for potential funders. Uhuru Jiko will be the home of Uhuru Foods and Pies, as well as the beautiful cafe and outdoor event space that has an efficient open concept bakery. Next slide.
Our Uhuru Pie Campaign 2020. Next slide. Because of the political period, we got many new buyers who want to support Black-owned businesses. The owner of Red Oak Realty chose Uhuru Pies over their previous bakery for client gifts and supported our mission, buying 52 pies. At Genentech, a group of indigenous employees selected Uhuru Pies to ship employee pies around the country. Next slide. We learned how to package, price, and ship pies for our first time. We shipped individual orders to nearly 100 employees of Genentech. Next slide. During November and December, our wholesale phone calls began to pay off. We netted new holiday accounts and current accounts increased their orders. More importantly, support for the political mission and Black Power Blueprint grew. Next slide. With Oakland pie pop-ups that we had done for decades canceled due to COVID shutdown orders, support from the community continued. Our donors gave us the best quality ingredients ever. Some pop-up sites sold the pies themselves. Customers came to the kitchen to pick up pies, even though it was 20 minutes longer drive. Next slide. Shoppers Corner, located in Santa Cruz, put Uhuru Pies in the store and took orders themselves. Humble Sea in Santa Cruz continued monthly pie pop-ups and staffed the sales themselves. The St. Pete, Florida Attorney's Office has purchased pies for their large staff since 2012, continued their support. Next slide. Some of our Uhuru Pie sellers exceeded their personal goals selling pies to friends, family, and co-workers. even without the ability to hold tastings and with many offices closed and family gatherings reduced. Next slide, please. We sold throughout the Western region. San Diego sold 40 pies and cookies as regional fundraiser. Volunteers came to Oakland in November. Los Angeles APSP unit sold 173 pies in November and December, partnering with the Los Angeles Community Thanksgiving giveaway and a Christmas giveaway to families who had members incarcerated. Next slide, please. Our pie campaign was successful despite the impact of COVID and volunteering and sales. Our sales shifted from mostly pop-up sales in 2019 to wholesale partnership sales in 2020, including the 1,000 pies for the Christmas with the Currys event. In November, we did not have the usual hundreds of students or volunteers because of COVID. That means the team had to carry out the work ourselves. In December, more volunteers came forward and all wanted to continue to work with the Uhuru Pies. Next slide.
Uhuru, so we want to tell you about our mandates for 2021. Next. Number one is to fund and build out the Uhuru Jiko St. Louis Kitchen and the African Independence Workforce Program. So we want to complete the plans with the designer and the architect, work with other teams in the movement to raise $1 million, coordinate the build out with the incredible Black Power Blueprint Projects Committee, and develop the African Independence Workforce Program curriculum, which we are actually starting in Oakland next week. Next. We want to become a full-time business to meet that goal that we didn't complete in 2020 with a business and marketing plan. We want to build the teams through NTU Volunteer Brigade, particularly recruiting and training volunteers and developing a larger recruitment team, as well as building the capacity to provide leadership to volunteers and develop them politically. Next. And we want to increase promotions, building our media and online presence politically and practically. And finally, increase sales through expanded online sales, national shipping, professionalizing our retail distribution, producing and distributing our products in each region, continuing our partnerships and collaborations, and getting at least one medium to large retail account. Uhuru, next, Sayali.
Next slide. And beginning now, your unit, region, department, or organization can sell Uhuru cookies. Contact us to get started. Next slide. We are also continuing collaborations. Look for an African History Month beer named Uhuru Means Freedom to be launched on February 11th. Next slide. We want to close out by showing you how Oakland Uhuru Pies baked 1,000 sweet potato pies for Christmas with the Currys. This was an event sponsored by the famous NBA player Stephen Curry and his family. They were on site to give food away to families in Oakland. As Uhuru Pies grows, we plan to produce 1,000 or more pies on many days in St. Louis. Next slide. Next slide. This was an incredible way to end 2020. It gave us a glimpse of the production process that we will see at Uhuru Jiko. The chairman has always had the vision for the party and African working class controlling the means of production. In 1979, he visited a co-op food warehouse in Oregon and declared, "Someday this will be ours. The day is near." Roll the video.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
We're done. Thank you. Uhuru, Vanguard up.
Maureen, Bakri, Ciali, Janice, and Kara. Oh my goodness, this was amazing. You know, creating the mise en production, what the chairman has been talking about for a very long time. And I know that moving forward to 2021, I can't wait till we get our Hurujiko Cafe and kitchen done. It's going to be incredible. And I just really want to salute you guys for this presentation. I hope people are having questions. We'll have questions at the end of this workshop. And yeah, I just want to appreciate everybody. So we're going to keep it moving. Our next presenters are Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, Philly and Oakland. So we have Allison, Stephanie, Amir, Janine, Renee, Ruby. Yeah. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru Deputy Chair. I somehow can't start the video. It's saying the host to stop the video.
Oh.
So
We'll get it right.
okay, start my video. All right. Uhuru. Thank you, Deputy Chair. We want to salute this powerful second plenary of the 7th Party Congress and salute the political reports from Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Ona Zinea Yeshitela. And we're really honored to be here today to present the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles report. And we start by, next slide, saluting the historic revolutionary leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who's fought fearlessly and tirelessly for over 50 years to bring about this period of the ascendancy of the African Revolution worldwide and the ultimate liberation of the party decades ago. The chairman has led the vanguard party of the African working class and the Uhuru movement to new heights in this period of the colonial virus and the deepening crisis of imperialism. And we salute the powerful and brilliant leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zinea Yeshitela. DC Ona led the institutions through this period from day one. She put out strategies to navigate the crisis of closing for 2.5 months. She opened new fronts and brought all the institutions through successfully. It's a profound honor to work under the leadership of the chairman and deputy chair. Next slide.
Uhuru, we salute the leadership of the party's entire National Central Committee. The party's powerful strategy to bring the leadership of the whole movement working together under the leadership of the People's War Commission is what helped keep the stores alive and growing. The All African People's Development Empowerment Project and the Black Ankh, led by Dr. Aisha Fields, gave consistent leadership on safety protocols to follow and provided health information and analysis for the community. Next. Uhuru, so I really want to salute all the staff of Uhuru Furniture in Oakland. Pictured here are Gerald and George, our truck drivers and on-site business donation coordinators. Louis, our senior operations associate and also a drummer at many of our events. Kaboshi, who's going to be presenting with us today, is our Uhuru NTU program coordinator. Mark is our donations scheduler and with the store for over 20 years. Janine, who is also presenting with us today, is the sales and donations manager and also a comrade of the quarter nominee, just to say. Jada, who is also presenting with us today, is our newest sales associate and our live show host. Adam, Jamal, and Jose are all operations associates in our store. And Ollie, who is our newest sales associate, works with Mark on donation scheduling and also does promotions work. So we're just really proud and really honored to work with and present and represent all the Oakland staff here today. Uhuru, next.
Uhuru, I want to also salute and introduce the Philadelphia Steering Committee and staff. And on the top row is the Mighty Steering Committee, Ali, who's a party member and a nominee for Comrade of the Year and Sales and Operations Coordinator. I'm honored to be the manager. Renee is the promotions coordinator. Ruby coordinates the Uhuru NTU program and the marketing team and is presenting here today. Amir is the donations administrator and over the business development work. And on our staff on the bottom row is Jamal, truck driver, Ulysses, who's the truck navigator, Al and Ethan on operations, Tina, who's a sales assistant and live show co-host, And Joe is our longtime member of the community outreach team. Next.
Uhuru. Uhuru Furniture is a part of forwarding the party's work for African self-governance. One of the key goals of the Uhuru Furniture store is to train African people to lead our own institutions for economic development and self-determination. The stores are living examples to the African community of what African self-determination and economic development actually looks like. The stores can be replicated worldwide with standard policies, protocols, training, and operating manuals. Next.
Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles was a successful part of the guerrilla economic warfare led by the People's War Commission and DCONA, and was able to navigate the colonial virus with new strategies, whereas we saw capitalist businesses and the US economy in deep crisis. Huge stores and whole malls closed. There were 33 major retail bankruptcies in 2020, compared to 17 in 2019. 55% of all businesses on Yelp permanently closed in 2020. Overall, there were 15,542 stores that closed nationwide in 2020, and 1 in 5 small businesses in the US have closed. The vast majority of all businesses are small businesses, and they are the hardest hit, especially African-owned businesses. California has the 3rd highest closure rate of small businesses in the US. Even pre-COVID in Philadelphia, only 2.5% of small businesses were African-owned. Next.
Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, a dual and contending power institutions, empowering the African working class politically and economically, and negating the power of the colonial economy and system over the African community. With the uprising and growing resistance of the African working class after the brutal murder of George Floyd in May, we saw a huge increase in people consciously seeking out shopping and donating furniture and money to Uhuru Furniture as a Black-owned business for African self-determination. With the support of the community, Uhuru Furniture stores came back strong after the shutdown. Since reopening in June, the Philadelphia store made a 44% increase in sales over 2019. Next. So now we want to show you a video showing a snapshot of the year, and that was produced by Sarah Alsati.
This is your store. This is just one of over 50 institutions of the African People's Education and Defense Fund and the Uhuru movement that you can be a part of, that you can come and join, volunteer.
Now, don't just buy black. Go beyond buying black and buy Black Power and Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles with our
All right, Uhuru everybody. Welcome to Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles live show.
Today is Saturday, August 15th, I think, 2020. And we're coming to you live from Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles here in Oakland at 3742 Grand Avenue.
We're here at Uhuru Furniture and we're unloading brand new furniture we just got today. It's inside the truck. And we have boxes. These we have not even opened yet. So it's very, very exciting.
Are you ready to get on board? Because if not, you're going to get left. You better get on this train, baby. Because it's happening again. Woo!
Stephanie, you were right when you said you had goodies out front.
Yes.
We got tons of goodies out here with the real foods and pies. This is 2 tables that we got going on today. One here at the Uhuru Furniture, and we have some cranberry apple pie. We have apple pie. We have blackberry pie. We have pumpkin pie.
Hi, I'm Joe Hanley from Hanley Antiques, and I just want to tell you why I love buying from Uhuru Furniture. The money goes to a great cause, great charity. The people are great. You can find some great stuff from time to time. I found some wonderful antiques. I've been shopping here for 26 years. It's been a great experience.
We are winning! Uhuru! Uhuru! We are winning!
Uhuru. As you can see from this video, 2020 was characterized by the impact of COVID, but more importantly, by the party's leadership to the whole movement and to all the institutions. Deputy Chair Ona's strategy was to immediately go to the people to win their support after we closed on March 17th. We carried out the majority of the following mandates from the party's plenary of 2020, but we did have to adapt how we carried them out.
Next. Mandate 1, win the staff and public to see that Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles is part of the worldwide liberated African economy. Next. Immediately, Deputy Chair called meetings to help staff get all resources available to sustain them and their families while we were closed. Right after we closed in March, we contacted our base through massive phone banking under DiCharo's leadership, reaching hundreds of our shoppers and supporters to check in with them and find out how they were doing. We carried out a daily social media campaign, getting AppDep's health information and financial assistance to our base. In May, we launched a GoFundMe and called everyone back to support the ability of the stores to come through the shutdown, and it raised $12,000 from over 200 donors. Next. We displayed and posted the AppDep Black Ankh health information with big posters in the store windows and promoted the APTEP webinars and position papers on the blogs and social media, and distributed leaflets and position papers to all our customers. We supported African resistance with big window displays with APDF's position in defense of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Walter Wallace, and calling for justice for all victims of police violence. We showed that Uhuru Furniture has been fighting for African self-determination for 27 years in Philly and 32 years in Oakland, and the powerful work of the Black Power Blueprint as the way forward for the African community. While other businesses were hit by the resistance demonstrations, both Uhuru Furniture stores were protected by clearly displaying APDF's political position and defending and supporting the African working class. Next.
We started going live. When the stores were shut down, Deputy Chair Ona led us to go live, to meet people where they were at home, and wanting to shop. This brilliant strategy breathed life into our institutions and let people know that we were still there. We significantly expanded our base of shoppers and our base of support for APEDF with as many as 3,000 views. So many new shoppers came into the stores from the live shows on Facebook and Instagram. Next. By hosting live shows online, we were able to show our inventory virtually, and people shopped during the shows and over the phone. We changed our model to provide contactless deliveries and curbside pickups using APTEP protocols for COVID, all before we reopened. Next.
Mandate 2, build the direct donor campaign under the leadership of Africans 1 billion strong. Next. 2020 presented an incredible opportunity to build the APDF donor base. The Philly store formed the Donor Development Committee to promote and win new donors. Both stores implemented all protocols for donor appreciation and retention and reporting under the leadership of AOBS. Immediately, both stores saw a significant increase in direct donations from asking everyone at the sales desk and from the GoFundMe and Giving Tuesday campaigns. We won sustaining donors for the first time and saw an overwhelming response and generosity from new and returning donors. Next.
We carried out the National Giving Tuesday fundraiser for APDF in 2020, and it was the best ever, winning deep support for the Black Power Blueprint as the solution to all the contradictions imposed on the African community. At the beginning of 2020, Uhuru Furniture had a handful of donors, and by December, we had over 300 donors. Next.
Mandate 3, forwarding the whole movement for African self-determination, building the regional hubs. Next. Uhuru Furniture in Philadelphia brought the region together and all its organizations and institutions through co-sponsoring the 3 pop-up One Africa, One Nation markets at Uhuru Furniture in August, September, and October. We partnered with Uhuru Solidarity Movement to hold the March for Reparations rally at Uhuru Furniture on October 17th, in conjunction with the pop-up markets where all the North Regional organizations were involved and made presentations. ANWO, Uhuru Planet, Uhuru Furniture, One Africa, One Nation Market, USM, APSC, and the party. Next.
Uhuru Furniture Philly continued to grow as a cultural and political center for the African community in the region through events including hosting Karen Smith's 60th birthday party in June and the Celebration of African Styles event in February with Karen Riggs promoting Enzo. Next.
The San Francisco Bay Area has a lot of wealth. Uhuru Furniture Oakland has built its donation campaign over the years to the point that we get overwhelming amounts of high quality furniture donations. At times, we have had to turn things away. In 2020, Deputy Chair opened up Aquaba Hall for Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles to use for overflow storage of furniture, allowing us to close 7 storage units and save all that money. At Aquaba Hall, we launched our first sale since 2015 featuring hundreds of pieces. It was very successful with people lining up at the doors before we even opened. It brought our shopper base to Aquaba Hall and brought Uhuru furniture to the historic African community of East Oakland. Next. The warehouse sale also featured the Buy Black Power products, including Sayali pictured here with the Uhuru pies. 2020 was also the first year that Uhuru Furniture in Oakland began selling fresh baked Uhuru pies and cookies direct from the store each week. Also, Uhuru Foods and Pies sold the pies outside of Uhuru Furniture every Sunday for many weeks in 2020. As always, Uhuru Furniture sold pies to our customers during the November and December huge pie campaign. This year, due to COVID, we were one of just a handful of pickup locations. Bakri and Reverend Yolanda, shown here, were featured on one of our Facebook Live shows. Next.
Mandate 4, build the Uhuru NTU Volunteer Brigade. Next. We had an influx of enthusiastic volunteers in Philly. We held weekly online orientations the whole time we were closed, and in person and on Zoom when we reopened. Through NTU, we recruited some outstanding volunteers and interns. Mainly, they've been involved in painting the Enzo pieces, sales, internships, and assistance, doing daily social media and photography, and helping set up and video the live shows. The door hanging suffered a lot in 2020, and we didn't manage to organize teams to do this regularly. Many student volunteer groups are not participating because of being out of town because of COVID. We kicked off 2021 with a successful MLK Volunteer Day and are building door hanging teams from there. Next.
In January 2020, we launched an ambitious promotions campaign, recruiting groups of volunteers to distribute hundreds of door hangers and posters, resulting in a distinct increase in sales. When COVID hit, it brought the groups to a halt and promotions dropped off. During the shutdown, we also lost about half of our staff due to circumstances out of our control. So we held weekly volunteer meetings and got a core base of volunteers involved in all aspects of the work, from phone banking to moving furniture, sales, marketing, social media, Enzo painting, and setting up for the live shows. We could not have done it without these volunteers. I was promoted from outreach coordinator to NTU program coordinator to lead this critical area of work. Next. Another advance was a successful result from recruiting and training remote volunteers. This was done under the leadership of the National Uhuru NTU Program Brigade Chair Tichawa, who developed the systems to open up work for remote volunteers. These are just a few of our wonderful remote volunteers who do weekly shifts and hail from Wisconsin, New Jersey, Louisiana, Nova Scotia, Davis, California, Michigan, and many more places. Next.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Uhuru, Mandate 5, utilize APDF's nonprofit status. Next. Under Deputy Chair Ona's leadership, the Incredible Grants Committee assisted Uhuru Furniture in Oakland and Philly in getting grants funding to survive the closure, from large corporate sources as well as local community ones. We continued our relationship with work experience and job placement agencies using APDF's nonprofit status. Next.
Mandate 6, build Enzo as its own independent African-style brand. Next. In Philadelphia, some advances we made in developing Enzo include that we held an excellent public event in February for African History Month with Karen Riggs, promoting Enzo and African art and culture. We hired Carter as an Enzo artist, and he does really beautiful work. We kept stocked with cushions and African fabric masks by Bridget Williams, which are great sellers. We have not yet developed an independent website or special promotion for Enzo, but we have a goal to do this in 2021 and need to recruit a volunteer to specialize in this promotions to find Enzo's market. Next.
Oakland Uhuru Furniture won a grant specifically to build the Enzo program as part of Alameda County's Stop Waste project. We held workshops at Aquaba Hall, trained volunteers, transformed furniture into one-of-a-kind pieces for sale, keeping furniture out of landfills and claiming African culture for the African community under APEDF's mission. Enzo is prominently displayed in one of the store's windows. with the banner and brochures. Due to COVID and the California wildfires, about half of the planned workshops had to be canceled. In 2021, we will continue the workshops, hire professional artists, and contract with a pillow and fabric consignor to keep a steady stream of Enzo inventory in the store. Next.
Mandate 7, Buy Black Power. Collective African empowerment versus individual entrepreneurship. Our goal was to build Buy Black Power. Buy Black Power with more prominent displays, events, and special sales. Philly got a new big lighted display case donated, and it is set up in the central location by the sales desk for all the Buy Black Power products, Furnished Spear books, Uzi, bracelets, decolonnades, and an expanded Uhuru Planet inventory. Sales are good on the t-shirts now, especially Make Wall Street Pay Reparations, and capitalism is the virus, socialism is the cure. Oakland now carries Uhuru pies on the counter and in a glass front mini fridge that was donated to keep the pies fresh. Customers often add them to their purchase when they are checking out. Philly and Oakland held a special sales promotion with the Buy Black Power holiday sale starting in November and going through the end of the year with special promotions and displays from Buy Black Power weekend, the last weekend of November. Philly promoted the Buy Black Power products at the pop-up markets and made a lot of sales. Vanguard and other books by the chairman are selling better with the new display, and the Burning Spear rack helps sell the spears. Oakland has a new display for Vanguard and all the books and spears right at the sales desk, and there was an increase in sales due to their highly visibility right at checkout. Next.
Mandate 8, Uhuru Furniture Philly increase quantity and quality of Uhuru Furniture donations. Next. This has been very successful under the leadership of Amir. In great contrast to 2019, we've maintained excellent quality and consistent quantity of furniture donations throughout the year. Even when we were closed, we stayed in touch with donors through calls and emails. And once we were able to start curb pickups again in May, with the volunteer team, everyone was ready with amazing donations and followed COVID protocol. The quality and quantity has maintained even through the winter. Amir has made important new business relationships, including with Green Standards, who frequently donates huge amounts of excellent quality and office furniture. Next.
Mandate 9, Uhuru Furniture in Oakland, build leadership of the teams. In 2020, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Oakland held weekly volunteer team meetings with political education and enthusiastic discussion and several steering committee meetings. You can see one pictured here. We had to hold them in the mornings in the back parking lot so that we could social distance. These meetings shaped our Enzo program, the warehouse sale at Aquaba Hall, and other issues. But due to COVID and losing a good portion of our staff, we are still in the process of fully covering all our positions. We have great people, and a top priority for 2021 is rebuilding our teams and our steering committee. Next.
Uhuru, time.
Uhuru. Mandate 10, build Uhuru on the move. Our goal was to build Uhuru on the move to be a successful business in 2020, including hiring a new driver, getting a second truck, and building the team. We were not able to carry out this goal due to the closure with COVID and implementing new strategies for keeping the institution alive through the pandemic, but it's a major goal for 2021. Next, just a couple more slides.
Mandate 11, Uhuru Furniture Oakland sells online and ship. Under Deputy Chair's leadership, a lot of work was done this year to get us closer to selling on our inventory online. This will be a main goal for 2021, so customers can purchase and arrange delivery or shipping from all from our website. Getting our own warehouse where we can not only store the furniture, but also be posting it online for sale gives us additional virtual square footage that we don't have in the small brick and mortar store. Next.
Mandate 12, professionalize HR and financial systems, define the model for moving forward. We recognize that as the stores grow, our systems have to grow with them, putting the analysis of the finances and the state of the institutions in the hands of a PDF at all times. Due to COVID, we are unable to carry this out in 2020, but again, this is a key mandate for 2021. We did define the model for moving forward into 2021 and beyond in Philadelphia as staying at the current location where we did increase sales tremendously after we reopened on June 6th. The business model for both stores will be laid out in a 5-year plan as called for by the Office of the Deputy Chair, including building the key spinoffs of Uhuru on the Move and Deliveries, selling online and shipping, developing and promoting the live shows, developing the donor and sustainer program, and getting a warehouse in Oakland. Next.
So our mandates for 2021 are 1, produce 5-year plans for development for the both stores. 2, develop systems and start selling inventory online and shipping. 3, build Uhuru on the Move and Deliveries in Philly. 4, develop Enzo as its own unique brand, an institution with standards, policies, and a promotional strategy. 5, get a warehouse in Oakland. 6, build Uhuru NTU volunteer program and fill all the volunteer roles and build the teams. So we want to.
We are winning.
We're winning. Ish.
Damn thing in Oakland and Philly. Uhuru. So we're gonna go ahead and keep it moving to the next report would be the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace by Tiffany and Kingozi.
And Kota.
And Kota. Sorry, Kota.
Uhuru. Slide. We salute the revolutionary leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who has fought tirelessly for over 50 years for the total liberation and building of the African nation. The unparalleled vision of the chairman and his authoring of African internationalism has prepared the party and the entire Uhuru movement to govern when the rotten system of imperialism suffers its death blow. We also salute the powerful leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela. DC Ona has concretely manifested the chairman's vision into over 50 institutions and programs of the party. DC has fearlessly guided all party institutions through this pandemic to not only survive, but thrive to serve the African community. Lastly, salute to the family of the Black Power Blueprint Steering Committee. The tremendous daily work to build institutions is no small feat, but we make it look good. It is an honor to work shoulder to shoulder with you, all of you. Slide. And now we present the 2021 One Africa, One Nation Market Steering Committee. First, we have Volunteer Coordinator, Matum. Next, Carmen, Project Director. Kiangozi, Logistics Coordinator. Kota, Program Coordinator. Yejide, Program Committee. Dexter, Social Media Coordinator. Opa, Vendor Coordinator. Umanifa, Outreach Coordinator. Matop, Vendor Assistant, and myself, Overall Coordinator, Tiffany. Next slide. The Office of the Deputy Chair has given the Northern region a profound gift in the ownership of the markets as it acts as a gateway for bringing in recruits, volunteers, and regional resources, and serves as an economic and anti-colonial epicenter for the region. The One Africa, One Nation Marketplace has been a staple of African economic self-determination for the last 16 years. Because of the colonial virus, we couldn't hold our large markets in Clark Park, but continue to watch the slideshow to see how the steering committee through DC owners' leadership fought to carry out the institutional work. Slide. First, we'd like to share a brief timeline of important dates as relevant to the marketplace. One Africa, One Nation Marketplace has significantly contributed to the overall economic development in Philadelphia over its 16-year history. African businesses only represent 2% of total businesses in Philadelphia. And now with the imperialist market collapsing, One Africa, One Nation markets are shaping to become a true epicenter for African community commerce. So starting with the timeline, we have April 2004, the Clark Park People's Flea Market opened in the heart of West Philadelphia. The first markets began with over 20 vendors and quickly became popular. Fast forward to April 2009, the Clark Park People's Flea Market is now Uhuru Flea Market. This also includes the first Uhuru Earth Day Festival and Flea Market. Fast forward to January 2010, a massive struggle between Uhuru Flea Market and Friends of Clark Park and the city of Philadelphia went underway, where the city of Philadelphia tried to push the markets out of the park by charging outrageous fees. The steering committee then mobilized the support of Uhuru Market's volunteers and vendors to attend important community meetings and delivered thousands of paper signatures through a powerful petition campaign. Fast forward to September 2012, we have our first Uhuru Health Festival and Flea Market. Slide. And here are some historical graphics from our first Earth Day Festival, as well as Uhuru Health Festivals. Slide. Continuing with our timeline, in October 2015, through the direct leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, we developed our first Uhuru Book Fair and Flea Market. Fast forward to 2019, Deputy Chair Ona Zane gives the APSP Northern Region ownership of the marketplace, where training and transition begin. Fast forward to 2020, the Northern Region continues manual training, and we continuously building around the colonial virus through Uhuru pop-up markets. The Uhuru pop-up markets were born and we hosted two largely successful virtual programs with Uhuru Health Festival and Uhuru Book Fair. Fast forward to 2021, the Northern Region of the APSP takes full operation of the One Africa, One Nation marketplace in Philadelphia. Uhuru, slide. And here are some more graphics from our first Uhuru Book Fair in 2015, as well as local newspaper coverage in Philadelphia of the Clark Park flea markets and the struggle between Uhuru flea markets and Friends of Clark Park. And now I will turn the next section over to Comrade Kota. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everybody. I'll just be speaking to some of the colonial conditions that the African community faces here in Philadelphia. Speaking to the first point, with Philly having the highest rate of deep poverty. So next slide, please. Thank you. And that making up half of the poverty rate. This means that 14% of the city, over 200,000 people live in deep poverty, which is defined as a family of four living on $12,000 a year or less. So prior to COVID on a larger scale, and during COVID on a much smaller scale, the One Africa, One Nation marketplace provided Africans a way to support their families and put food on the table as a way to build economic self-reliance and overturn this cycle of deep poverty. Having the highest rate of disparity in life expectancy looks like a Black child born in North Philly living 23 years less than a white child born in Fairmount. This is like neighbors living drastically different qualities of life. In addition to the closure of the 24 African community public schools, even more recently, Philadelphia has closed more schools due to asbestos and lead contamination. And like UFC mentioned in their report, APDF led a press conference in front of the furniture store here in Philadelphia denouncing these deplorable genocidal conditions and calling on the city and school district to be held accountable for this. And to the last point, Africans were hit hard by COVID in Philly. And overall, they're dying in the US as a result of the pandemic at twice the rate of North Americans, of whom about 1 in every 2,150 people has died. So the One Africa, One Nation marketplace is working fiercely to overturn these contradictions. And now I want to introduce King Gozi, who will be going over last year's victories. Uhuru.
Uhuru. 2020 was the year of the pivot. The colonial virus has halted the in-person version of the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. That didn't stop the party from developing alternative strategies to protect and defend the people. Deputy Chair worked with all institutions to put solutions in place to keep our institutions running and support our African community. The One Africa, One Nation marketplace responsibility to support vendors and base as a temporary solution. The market partnered with the Uhuru Furniture Fielding to host a series of monthly pop-up marketplaces, as well as transfer our large events to virtual. Uhuru Festival and Uhuru Book Fairs were virtual format. We also maintained our schedule of community meetings and hosted webinars to spotlight our vendor base. Next slide. The Northern region partnered with the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Philadelphia, came up with a strategy for providing opportunities for our longtime vendors to make an extra money during the pandemic where other vendor opportunities were not available. The Uhuru pop-up was held during the month of August, September, October of 2020. All three markets were a rousing success. Next slide. Melissa Dawn, Visions Risen, by Black Power campaign, Matoke, Kim Maurice, Love Soul Organic, Holly and Lynn from Uhuru Planet. Slide 13, next slide, please. In October, we had Threads by Denise with Denise McCourtney. You see the Northern region hosted food service. You see me on the grill. And we have vendor Ibram Kaba selling African oils, clothing, and jewelry. Next slide, please. October 17th was a powerful day where the One Africa, One Nation market hosted its pop-up, and Uhuru Furniture's Solidarity hosted its March for Reparation. Philadelphia was one of 6 cities across the US to host this powerful rally, march and rally. It was a spectacular turnout. The slide that you'll see is a clip of the marchers coming back to the Uhuru Furniture store for the rally. Play the slide, please. Play the video.
Must go! Journalism must go! Reparations now! Make Wall Street pay! Reparations now!
Uhuru, I want to turn it back over to Kota.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Uhuru. So programs such as the Health Festival, slide, and the book fair help us not only understand the health and education disparities in the African community, but they also provide a concrete solution to overturn what the system is doing to colonize Africans. Next slide. We are making African self-determination a reality by taking power back in the hands of the African working class. Next slide. And defining reality within an African internationalist worldview. Next slide. So because of COVID, both the Health Festival and the book fair were postponed, but that didn't stop us from bringing together over 10 collaborators to the Health Festival, including African cultural workers, fitness instructors, vendor and health partner statements, speakers, and panelists. We put forward the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project as the organizational vehicle of the party, providing solutions and leadership during the colonial virus crisis, with a keynote presentation from International Director Dr. Aisha Fields, and we met our $500 fundraising goal. Next slide. Here's a screenshot of Razak's Afrobeat dance workshop. He is a big supporter of the Uhuru movement and has participated in our events in the past. Next slide. Now we'll hear from Akili Achebe, the business manager of Thread by Denise, one of our longtime vendors and biggest supporters.
We've been vending at the Uhuru Flea Market for about 4 years, and it has been a vital reason for our growth. Through the flea market, we've been able to connect with like-minded African businesses. We've been able to transition a lot of our products into several stores, and most importantly, we were able to create a network of African businesses that we are able to do business with on a consistent basis, which is one of Thread by Denise's #1 goal, is to practice group economics. So suffice it to say that the Uhuru Flea Markets has been a blessing for us. To this day, we still have people who remember us from 2 or 3 years ago from vending in the park. So hopefully we can get that going again and get everybody back where they belong, vending in the park and practicing group economics. Uhuru.
Next slide. The Uhuru Book Fair brought together even more people for the program, with 20 collaborators overall, including African cultural workers, authors, poets, illustrators, vendor and education partner statements, speakers, and panelists. We put forward the chairman as the leader of the Uhuru movement and the demand for Black community control of education through his keynote presentation that opened up the event. And we met our fundraising goal again. Next slide. Here are some screenshots of our performers. You see the chairman in the middle, Director Akile to the left, top left, Sydney Brown, Youth Poet Laureate of Philadelphia, top right, Rhonda Rise, singer and spoken word poet at the bottom right, and Urban Shaman, African drummers in the bottom left. Both events were incredibly dynamic despite them not happening in person. And now I want to hand it back over to Kiongozi to go over our mandates. Uhuru.
Through 1 minute.
Next slide. Here are our mandates coming out of the Seventh Party Congress. Northern Region was to assume leadership of the One Africa, One Nation marketplace in 2021, implement the NTU program as the center of the volunteer recruitment, partner with Buy Black Power, recruit African businesses. In 2021, incorporate vendors and partners as a part of the marketplace leadership to fill the organization to capacity. Next slide. Develop branding campaign and transition to a new website. Replicate the marketplace where the party is located by 2022. Organize out-of-season markets. Next slide. And here we have some additional photos of the marketplace at Clark Park in its full glory.
Uhuru, time.
Next slide. Return to vision ahead, return to in-person market at Clark Park, develop strategy to organize holiday markets during the off-season, organize workshops, programs, implement of a business operation for vendors, build committee to capacity through NTU, research all areas of Philadelphia for relocation. Next slide. We are winning. Uhuru. And that completes our presentation.
Uhuru, Kota, Kiongozi, and Tiffany, thank you so much for that brilliant presentation. So we're going to go ahead and move forward to the mighty grants team. And that's going to be Comrades Maureen, Janice, and Wendy.
Uhuru, Deputy Chair. Just so honored to present this report as part of the Office of Deputy Chair with my teammates, Janice and Wendy, and just really salute all the incredible reports that we've just seen that represent the leadership of Deputy Chair Uhuru. Next. So we want to salute the Chairman and Deputy Chair of African internationalism impacted all the work of the grants team and also those who gave. The chairman in African internationalism is what wins back the resources of African people from all sectors. And the chairman called us to go to the moneyed sector, us in the Solidarity Movement, and that is part of what the grants work is doing. And Deputy Chair has had the goal for years to build grants, to get grants, to bring in millions of dollars to the work of the party and APDF. She gives daily leadership to our work and keeps us on track. And she's been saying for a long time, as she said in her political report, we need to work smarter, not harder. Uhuru. In May of 2019, the grants team was finally formed under Deputy Chair's leadership to win funding, particularly for the Black Power Blueprint and APDF. We created a 3-year plan, POA, with the goal to win greater resources in each of the 3 years, to build a grants team and to create training systems. I chair the executive committee, Janice is the vice chair, and Wendy is the project manager and the volunteer recruitment coordinator. Next. The chairman has summed up, including on yesterday, how during the counterinsurgency when building APSC, he was putting resources into the bank for the African Revolution. He directly trained APSC to be African internationalists and carry out our work party style and win reparations. The work that we've done in the grants team is part of making the withdrawal from that bank. We work under the brilliant leadership of Deputy Chair. The exec team is also bringing back resources to African people with skills that we've learned from the bourgeoisie, from working under the bourgeoisie. And each team member has over 20 years experience in grant writing and administration at colleges and universities, technical writing in the software industry, or nonprofit administration and finances. In addition, we have been attending grant workshop trainings online and in person in the nonprofit circles as well. Our unity with reparations has enabled us to do this work. Uhuru. Turn it over to Janice.
Uhuru. Prior to 2019, the movement didn't have a formal process to access grant funds. APDF had applied for several grants and received about 5, as you can see. Under Deputy Chair in the later 2000s, we formed an ad hoc teams to be able to apply for several complex grants, including Google Impact, USDA, St. Louis Youth at Risk, and Sappi Paper Company. While APDF was not awarded any of those grants, they still provided the template for future applications to fund the Black Power Blueprint projects. Next slide. The main goal of the grants team formed in 2019 was to secure funding for the Black Power Blueprint projects. We won grants from the Metropolitan Sewer District, MSD, for permeable pavers in the St. Louis outdoor venue, Brightside Rainscaping for native plants and trees at that outdoor venue, and also a City of St. Louis facade program grant for an awning and an electronic message board sign at the Uhuru House. Next slide, please. Deputy Chair dubbed us the Mighty Grants team. She gave us the encouragement and confidence that we would be victorious in getting the resources that belong to the African working class. The many grants we were awarded in 2020 exceeded our goal for the year. Next slide. In the spring of 2020, when all party economic fronts shut down due to COVID-19, the party formed the People's War Commission with 8 ad hoc teams, and one of those was the grants team. Deputy Chair mobilized us to bring resources to the movement. We met daily and did intensive work for months to secure the resources to keep the institutions going and to fund the Black Power Blueprint projects. The grants team applied to local, state, county, and federal governments and corporations to get all the relief funds possible. We also continued working on the grants that were already in progress, such as the grant for the Uhuru Furniture Oakland Enzo program. Next slide, please. The US economy was in crisis before the pandemic, as the chairman explains. The so-called relief funds from the CARES Act were meant to prop up imperialism, not relieve the people. These resources were not meant to go to African workers or African-owned entities. Because of the organization of the party and the leadership of Deputy Chair, we were able to win relief funds to keep the institutions going without debt. The work of the party to get the resources to the staff showed the integrity of the party in supporting the people as well. Next slide. I'm sorry, I think I made a mistake. Did I? Okay. Through the Office of the Deputy Chair and the People's War Commission, the party's leadership put the people in the center. We applied for funds for all committees and institutions that were eligible for relief funds. Deputy Chair fought for the ad hoc grants team to work with all movement members and staff eligible for unemployment and other assistance funds. This team helped individuals and organizations fill out applications and followed up with them. But it was complicated by the fact that each state was floundering in their own broken systems with different deadlines, reporting requirements, and availability to unemployment and other benefits. But the power of the party made it possible to navigate this mess. The party collectivized the knowledge in the grants team so that the people would be successful in accessing these funds. This built confidence in the party and its mission for self-government at a time when the crisis of imperialism intensified. Next slide. Resistance from the African community and the party's political front drove the anti-colonial message. All over the media, companies were announcing funding opportunities for social justice organizations and Black businesses. The ruling class tried to control the support, funneling millions of dollars to Black Lives Matter and other liberal organizations. The grants team researched all announcements and possibilities, but found that most of the companies had already determined the status quo, quote, safe liberal organizations they would fund. There was no open process to access these funds. As we moved forward, though, we saw that when we did submit grants, the political period allowed us to use the voice of the African working class in our grant applications. Next slide. The party's goals and work is influencing foundations and corporations. Cliff Bar proclaimed their material support and solidarity publicly and made one of the largest grants to APDF this year. APDF was listed in Forbes and other media as a recipient of funding. This put APDF on the map and put us in the moneyed sector. Cliff Bar referred to APDF as our, quote, long-term partner. They recognized the 10-year relationship that had been built through APDF and the BSI institution of Uhuru Pies. And it was individuals inside Cliff Bar that fought for APDF to be awarded most of their announced donation to Black organizations. They said they could see where APDF's money goes in the work of the Black Power Blueprint, and they saw APDF making systemic change. Next slide. Adobe and Smartsheet also came forward to offer pro bono graphic design, media training, free software subscription, and consulting. Uhuru Pie's partner, Intuit, helped create a GoFundMe for Uhuru Foods and asked their employees to make donations. Next slide, Wendy.
So we implemented the Uhuru NTU Volunteer Brigade protocols to build out a grants team. We posted on LinkedIn where we got volunteers who had professional experience and grant skills. And on Volunteer Match, we got a lot of students who were seeking training. Some of the volunteers came through the NTU process that T'Charwa led or came through the work in St. Louis. And Comrade Kara from Uhuru Foods and Pies helped post our volunteer requests. And our volunteers came from all around the world. We had volunteers from Africa, China, England, and various parts of the United States. And in 2020, we had as many as 11 people actively volunteering, researching, and writing grants. And every volunteer had an impact on our grants. Next slide. Deputy Chair brought in the party organizations and institutions as part of the People's War Commission to access grants for their needs. And we met with representatives from movement organizations so we could help them build their own grant teams. And after the People's War Commission ended, we created a monthly grants commission to continue working with all the organizations. Next slide. Several organizations such as Burning Spear Media, Black Power 96, NPDM, ANWO, APDEP, the Uhuru Furniture Stores, and Uhuru Planet have recruited their people into their own grants team, and their executive bodies are regularly researching and writing grants. And USM is also joining in this process. And the APEDF executive team now regularly assists in grant referrals and applications, and we've set up a protocol for organizations to request and receive assistance from the exec committee. Next slide. So the mighty grants team, under the brilliance of Deputy Chair, we had so many funding victories in 2020. We applied for 43 grants. We won 19. That's a 44% award rate, which is really quite good. And we still have 3 grants that we haven't heard back from. But this means in 2020, on average, we submitted a new grant application every 8 days. So we were working hard during this period. Next slide.
Rue, 5 minutes.
We won some resources, and some of the grants that APEDF and BSI won were the Kaiser Grant for the Oakland Health Fair, the CARES Grant, Pinellas CARES Grant, Salesforce, Facebook, Fairmount CDC for Philly, the California State Workers Comp Fund, the St. Louis University Community Engagement. Missions now provide a template for future grant applications. Next slide. The biggest triumph of the African People's Education and Defense Fund grants work was the submission and awarding of the USDA Farmers Market Promotion Program grant. And this is a grant from a US government program. APEDF was awarded a 3-year grant to build a weekly farmers market at the St. Louis Uhuru House outdoor venue. And this market is going to bring fresh food and commerce to the neighborhood. It's going to help build relationships with Black farmers and other collaborators and create jobs in the community. Next slide. And this USDA grant was a very complicated process, and it really, so Deputy Chair called together a team of us, and she really fought for this grant. So T'Charwa designed the whole farmers market program, and Zayi brought her knowledge of the USDA process, and she led the development of the budget for this grant. And I brought my experience from grants administration work in the universities, dividing up assignments, and then I worked with T'Charwa on some of the more complex sections of this grant. And Kitty worked with T'Charwa to win collaboration from the community for the support letters that we needed for the grant. Marissa came up with the winning title, From Food Desert to Food Oasis, and she worked on the needs statement, which was providing the evidence for the need for the market and all the statistics associated with that. And Maureen and Janice edited and submitted the grant. So the result was this farmers market is funded, and the announcement that was published on the USDA website put the market clearly as part of a larger goal of African self-reliance and economic development. And Maureen's going to be next.
Sure. Thank you, Wendy and Janice. So going forward in 2021, next 2 slides. Next slide. So we are going to collaborate with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement to open up grants for both nonprofits in the party's work and the party's work directly, going to people who have resources. The Grants and Reparations Legacy Campaign are 2 fronts of the work to go to the moneyed sector and win massive resources. And this work will open up more resources for the Black Power Blueprint. Next. Our biggest goal is to raise the $1 million needed to build out Uhuru individuals and large resources. We will partner with prison reentry organizations to build the African Independence Workforce Program. And as has been said, but I'll say it again, that JICA will be the national production and distribution for Uhuru pies to expand the capacity of the party to win a lot of resources through the production and distribution of those pies, and a beautiful gathering place.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
Next. With the ODC and Farmers Market Manager, we are working with the Deputy Chair's office and the new Market Manager, Marissa, to administer the USDA grant and launch the Farmers Market. We are looking to secure more grants to support the Farmers Market, such as grants for the SNAP program, business development. We are working with the Office of Deputy Chair to identify and secure all possible funding from the latest stimulus act and the one that's coming, including funds for unemployment and stimulus checks. Next. And this is our last slide. We're going to continue to build the team and do training. We're going to finish writing and reviewing a grants manual, continue the weekly executive meetings, monthly commission and monthly volunteer meetings, and work with all movement organizations and departments to work smarter, not harder, build their grants teams, write grants, and get the party work funded and bring back all of Africa's resources to African people. Uhuru. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, comrades. Didn't I tell y'all that this is the mighty, mighty grant team? They don't mess around. So I just want to just really recognize Comrade Winnie, Maureen, and Janice for the work that you're doing, and really appreciate this powerful presentation. Our last presentation is up now. It's the Black Power Blueprint, and that's going to be led by Comrade Kitty and T'Chara.
And Abdullah also.
And Abdullah, I'm sorry, Comrade.
So thank you, comrades. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I want to welcome you to the Black Power Blueprint 2021 report to the APS Plenary. And next slide, please. I would like to salute the incredible leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Speaking of the strategy of dual power, he says, "We have employed the anti-colonial strategy of creating dual power, a power of the people under the leadership of our party, as part of the process of pushing the power of the colonial capitalists into irrelevancy. The greater the independent power of African people, the less is the power of the colonizer. This is what the Black Power Blueprint is about. This is what is meant practically by winning self-determination." Next slide. We would like to salute Deputy Chair Ona Zane, who is the architect and leadership of the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. We would like to salute the Black Power Blueprint National and Local Steering Committee. The local committee includes Deputy Chair Chichara Abdullah, Kitty, Mr. Gary, Chair Penny, Zanlile, Raya, Sister Helen, Sam, and Will. Next slide. We also have the projects manager, Mr. Gary, Steve, and Diana on gardening and planning. Also Raya on promotions and art. We have Dennis on watering and maintenance. We have Elizabeth on graphics, and we're going in order from left to right, top to bottom. We have Julia on funding for the African Independence Workforce Housing, and Tyler as the architect of the Black Power Blueprint Urban Plan, and Tom, who is not pictured here, on carpentry. Next slide.
Uhuru, due to the growth of the Black Power Blueprint, I now have the honor of assuming the position of Facilities and Security Manager of our Black Power properties and institutions. Next slide. Due to colonial virus, we had to temporarily halt the Musa Bantu Black Power Porch and Open Mic events, which had begun to revive the community culturally and politically. Next slide. January and February held Musa Bantu Black Power Blueprint poetry events had to be canceled due to the colonial virus, which we had already sold some tickets and had the flyers printed up and posters for Uhuru. Next slide. Prior to colonial virus, we held bi-weekly Black Power Blueprint meetings in the Aquaba Hall and carried out thank you mailings to our donors. Next slide. Black Power Blueprint navigates 2020 pandemic. Uhuru House in Aquaba Hall had to close its doors on March 13th for community rentals, programs, cultural nights, and mass committee meetings. The much anticipated May 2nd launch of the One Africa, One Nation market had to be postponed to 2021. We also had to cancel for 2020 Cliff Bar Foundation summer project to build outdoor space at JICO, yet victories abound. Next slide. The outdoor venue stage roof was installed. Next slide. Mr. Gary, family and community landscaped the outdoor venue, got soil donated, bought grass seed, hay, planted our trees and plants, built garden boxes and planted the vegetable garden, uplifting the whole neighborhood. Such beauty and food for all: tomatoes, greens, cabbage, cucumbers, sage, mint, etc. Next slide. As you can see, the garden flourished and provided food for the whole neighborhood. Next slide. Garden team was formed and functioned through spring and fall and put the garden to bed for the winter. We salute Mr. Gary, who survived the COVID virus and is returning home real soon. Next slide. We have installed a Black Power Blueprint weekly political education series titled The Struggle to Achieve Black Power. We recently recruited a producer, Artemis, as seen in the slide. Next slide. After murder of George Floyd, the Black Power Blueprint uses the outdoor venue and stage for its first event, a press conference to expose the corrupt alderman, which lights up the African working class community of St. Louis, Real St. Louis News broadcasts live and attracts thousands. Next slide.
Also, we saw the Uhuru Interview Volunteer Brigade bring in scores of new volunteers. Next slide. The Black Power Blueprint threw down and exposed current Alderman of Ward 21, who is blocking the progress of the African working class. So organizers go door to door, passing out flyers, bringing in media, and conducting street outreach. Next slide. Charwa, the current alderman denied APEDF the years-long empty lots across the street from the basketball court and the African Independence Workforce Program housing. Our proposal was to build a business development incubator to provide training, co-working space, office and conference space, and phone and internet services for entrepreneurs and startup companies. A business development incubator was also designed to provide training, co-working space, office, conference rooms, phone and internet services for entrepreneurs and startup companies. Okay, thank you. Next slide. Alderman also blocked APEDF from building a retail facility for local enterprises, which provides goods and services, bringing community commerce. Next slide. So the Black Power Blueprint had to attend months of meetings to be awarded another long-standing permit, long-standing empty lot where we will build a health and wellness center with specific focus on African women's health. Next slide. After being put off for 3 months with excuses, APEDF invites the LRA Commission Chair for a tour of the Black Power Blueprint, and he brings the aldermen who have been weakened and demoralized because of the scorched earth campaign Black Power Blueprint led to expose them. Shortly before the aldermen arrived, shots were fired in front of the building all the way down the street and ricocheted off the heavy equipment that was demolishing 4007 and 4009. That put a stop to the work for the day. Next slide. So pictured at the top in the straw hat, neo-colonial Alderman Bosley of Ward 3 is exposed by T'Challa as Bosley claims the Black Power Blueprint cannot build a basketball court. He is met with opposition from the Black Power Blueprint and neighboring community members. Next slide. So after the visit, APEDF attended the 4 monthly meetings with the LRA. We brought PowerPoints and documentation. Tyler presented the charrette, which is a mini urban plan. And still, we were blocked by Ward Alderman Muhammad, who denies 3905 and 3915. Alderman Bosley lets go of 3771, while he is given 283 lots and allowed 5 to 10 years to submit a plan for it. Next slide. So pictured here, we see Tyler, Aaron, Corey, and Julia, who all visited for orientation and a tour of the Black Power Blueprint. Tyler signed up to do an urban master plan, while Erin and her company hired a professional St. Louis film crew to make the video for Giving Tuesday funding. And Corey joined the photo/film committee, while Julia coordinated the African Independence Workforce Interior Housing Plan. Next slide. Here we see Ken and Tony from RHI, Reasonable House Investments. They visit and tour the Black Power Blueprint with Abdullah. They are seeking how they can get involved with the Black Power Blueprint. We also see Artemis and Kobe, who take a tour of the Black Power Blueprint and both complete the Uhuru Interview orientation. Artemis signs up as a producer, while Kobe signs up as culture for the weekly show, The Struggle to Achieve Black Power.
Uhuru, the Black Power Blueprint projects are able to move forward in 2020, totally from donor support and reparations. Photographed at a press conference and balloon release to kick off the demolition of former LRA properties at 407 and 4009 West Florissant. Next slide. This in the left side photo is the 2 buildings in this site before demolition that were left by the city to rot for the past 30 years and now uninhabitable. So we did demolish them, and the goal is to build on these lots to advance economic development and Black community control. Next slide. The initial meeting was held at the Uhuru Jiko site with a potential contractor and architect, and draft plans, were shown, were submitted by the San Francisco kitchen designer. So the work is well on its way, and we will be working closely with Uhuru Foods and the grants team on this project. Next slide. The relationship with the contractor deepens in the process of renovating the housing for the African Independence Workforce Program. Paradigm hires Africans from the community and initiates its own workforce program inspired by the Black Power Blueprint. And the renovation is completed for the future African Independence Workforce Program. Next slide. This is just a very short clip to show just some of the photos during the renovation project. Please play the video. This is all happening along West Florissant Avenue. Next slide.
So in the meantime, the party is running 2 revolutionary political candidates for office in St. Louis City, Herdosha Kalambayi Bentum and myself, Chichara Masemba. So we are making real history in and beyond St. Louis and smashing colonial and neo-colonial politicians while busting up the status quo and arming the African working class politically to fight. Next slide.
Uhuru, we are promoting the Black Power Blueprint and candidates its platform all over St. Louis and in every region of the party. Next slide. Our mandates and goals for 2021 are to return the majority Black North Side of St. Louis to its former economic, political, and cultural vibrancy through self-sustaining community and economic development. We will complete the Black Power Blueprint's urban master plan and stop gentrification. Next slide. By building the Uhuru Into volunteer program, we intend to build the infrastructure locally to carry out the vision and explosion of programs. Next slide. Research and development. We intend to research and develop the plans for retail and health facilities built from containers at 4007 to 4009 West Florissant and 3771 West Florissant Avenue. Next slide. Chairman Omali, Yeshitela calls for the creation of an entity that can allow the African working class to defend itself against gentrification. East New York Assemblyman Charles Barron introduced the Community Land Trust, When the homeowner sells, the family earns only a portion of the increased property value. The remainder is kept by the trust, preserving the affordability for future low to moderate income families. The length of the lease is most frequently 99 years and prevents parasitic developers from pushing up housing prices, and hence guarantees that housing will remain affordable for future generations of Africans. Next slide. We will raise reparations to install the basketball court on West Florissant Avenue. In spite of the opposition from the city, as the chairman says, the most basic democratic demand is for community control of the basketball court. We know that a community with a recreational facility can extend life expectancy 15 years. Next slide.
Uhuru, as the Mighty Grants team reported, APDF was awarded the prestigious USDA Farmers Market Grant for over the next 3 years. The team is on the planning stages now to open early summer and will bring the Black growers and farmers and fresh foods to Northside St. Louis, held right in the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. Next slide. The party is planning a ceremony dedicating the African Independence Workforce Program housing to Richard Mafundi Lake, courageous African freedom fighter and political prisoner. And each apartment will also be dedicated to other heroic African political prisoners, Sundiata Akole, Desi X. Woods, Matulu Shakur, and Assata Shakur. The furnishing plan includes going to Uhuru Furniture Philly to purchase a truckload of wood furniture to bring back, with one piece of Enzo African design furniture for each apartment. Next slide. In spring, we'll apply for another Brightside grant and more plants to get donated trees from Relief, which we're going to do shortly. We're looking for an African muralist to paint a mural on the side of Mr. Gary's house depicting planting and harvesting and bringing food to the market and showing the goodness and community of the community, which is Mr. Gary's vision. We'll add African designs on the stage front and the winding path. Next slide. Completing a Uhuru design, architect plans, and initiating the funding campaign strategy is the #1 focus to build out a Uhuru Cafe and training kitchen. JICO will be the home base for expanding Uhuru Foods and Pies throughout the party's regions and be the center for providing training for the culinary arts for African people returning from the colonial prison system. Next slide. We'll continue to deepen the relationship with Cliff Bar's In Good Company Foundation for a 2021 summer project that mobilizes nationally and Midwest regional volunteer participation, and continue the overall funding strategies towards other building campaigns. Next slide. Uhuru, forward to the 8th Party Congress in occupied Azania. Uhuru.
Uhuru, come on, come on. Wow, this has been an incredible presentation, and all the work that has, went forward despite COVID-19. We're still pushing it forward with all the departments and organizations that everybody can see, from the grants team to Uhuru Furniture to the One Africa, One Nation marketplace, to reparations. Everything that you see today is something that the chairman and the vision that the chairman has put out for years and years, and now is coming to reality. And I just want to really salute the ODC. Y'all did the damn thing. Y'all made it happen. We've been meeting for about 4 months, every 2 weeks, to prepare for this plenary, and you guys have done an outstanding job. And I just really want to salute all of you and the work that you have put forward, coming out of 2020 and moving forward to 2021, all the way to the 2023 Congress in occupied Azania. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, DC Ona. Thank you to the office of the deputy chair for that report. It was fire. And if you don't know, one of DC Ona's names mean fire. So what I want to see right now is in the YouTube chat, in the Facebook chat, in the Zoom chat, Drop them fire emojis. Just light the chat up. Fire, 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 fire. Uhuru. Uhuru, salute to all of the comrades. I didn't get all of the names, but that was Uhuru Volunteer Brigade. That was Black Power Blueprint by Black Power. Social media team, Africans 1 billion strong, Uhuru Foods and Pies, Oakland and St. Pete, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, One Africa, One Nation Marketplace, and the Grants and Relief Team known as the Mighty Mighty Grants Team. So yes, I'm seeing them fires coming in, fire. Uhuru. So we will be opening it up for discussion very shortly. I do want to say that unfortunately we do not have any more translation work happening for the rest of the day. And I know it's like, well, how would they understand that? So to go deep, deep down into the very little that I know, I would say, nous sommes vraiment désolés pour cette annonce, mais il n'y a pas de traduction pour le reste de la journée. And we will resume with the translations tomorrow, hopefully. So
We
now
got an organization, right?
Yes. Uhuru. Uhuru. Someone said that was actually perfect. Good. Okay. So I have seen a lot of appreciation for the report as the report was coming in. I haven't seen any questions coming in, but if you do have questions, please write them in as quickly as you can so that we can ask them right now. But you know, I will say I've seen just enormous appreciation. And one thing about the Office of the Deputy Chair's report is that it showed, first of all of each segment was actually really good, but to know that it comes from one office, it shows the cohesion of the office and then also of the movement too. And that's something that by the end of this plenary, when you see all of the reports from all of the departments, you will see that the African People's Socialist Party is really, you know, moving in a very cohesive kind of way. You will see some overlap of some of the things reported on in each other's reports. And that's because we are one organization. Although we do many things, it's one organization really driving all of this work. I'm still seeing some more fire coming in, DCona.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman.
I think really what's important is to recognize that that we've seen some impressive reports that's come from this office, but it's possible to see successes in getting grants and doing other kinds of things outside of this office. There's nothing, I mean, it's not really spectacular that occurred, that the kind of work that we've seen, the Black Power Blueprint, that people are working on those things, that's not what's so spectacular. What's really spectacular is that they represent a part of a program to govern. That it's not just somebody doing some nice charity work or getting this over here, that over there. It is, as you mentioned, it's cohesive, it's coherent, it's a practical manifestation of the intent to govern, and that it can be found inside the African People's Socialist Party. I think that's the fundamental thing that really has to be recognized, and the strength of the fight for that emanates out of the office of the deputy chair is based on the fact that again, we are pulling together the power to govern. It's not just a few successful things that we've done, but it's all a part of one coherent whole. Everything that we've seen is representative of an incipient government power. It's part of it. It's central to the administrative capacity of an independent African nation. I just think that's really important to understand, to place it in that context. That's what we say when we say African workers of the world. We say unite and organize. And this is just the clearest manifestation of the objective of that. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you, Chairman, for that elaboration.
Let's see if we have any questions coming in. In the meantime, DeSiona, did you have anything else that you wanted to say?
No, like I said, I just really, really appreciate this plenary. It has really brought everything together as one seamless process. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing the other departments and organizations, what they bring to the table as well. It's going to be dynamic. And we're just one organization building the foundation for our liberation, the free African people and Africa all at one time. So we're really, you know, I'm just really excited. I'm excited too about going to Africa and really working with these comrades on the ground to make this process a reality. It's just so much tremendous work going on right now. I just like everything. The One Africa, One Nation Marketplace that's going to be live in St. Louis in the springtime. You know, we got the grant from the USDA. You know, just so many fronts that we're winning right now. And I'm excited about the campaigns for Columbaye and Tachara. We need to whoop their ass. You know, can I say ass? Well, we need to whoop them down, you know, and we need to win these elections, because we win these elections, that's going to open the door for so much more opportunity. So I'm just excited about everything. It's so much, you know, that we've done. And I'm just proud of all the comrades, you know, not just in the ODC, but in the party, because we work hard. And my motto is let's work smarter now. You know, we've done all the hard work for many, many years now. Now let's work smarter by doing things and building things that we have already created and make them much better, you know, for the future.
I hope that one of the things that people can recognize about this report, about this plenary, because this report is representative, I think, of a really high quality of the plenary and the things that people are bringing to it. That's been required, that's been demanded. That period of so-called charismatic leadership is dead.
Yes.
It's over. That period where organization or the ability of to survive and to carry out something is based on one individual who make great speeches and mobilize people, etc. That's over. We are actually constructing. This is what I really want us to understand. The objective is to negate colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
And we are actually constructing that now. And increasingly what we're discovering is that more people who are in our party, who have become cadre, are capable of seeing themselves as representatives of the government that we are creating. And that's really important for the African working class, because we've been bamboozled for so long into believing that all those smart people who are in the government, those educated people who are over there, they're the only ones. They know better than what we know. And but now there's a whole breed, there's a whole core of forces who are African internationalists, working class cadre, that is coming to understand that I can do this, I should do this, and we're creating the institutional capacity for it to occur. And there's so much more that could be said about that, but this has been really an impressive presentation, and all of them have been impressive in their own way, but so much is consolidated in this area of the deputy chair that hopefully we'll have an opportunity to talk more about moving forward. Uhuru.
Yeah, because a lot of people, some of these things that we've done, we never know how to do this before. You know, some people come in with certain type of skills and we just learn, you know, we Google it, we research it, you know, and people take it on, you know, as if, you know, they have the skills. And that's what we're looking for, people who really want to fight for African self-determination.
People who want to govern.
This is a call to govern.
You know, I purchased my first home when I was 27 years old, you know, so, and it was one of those houses in St. Louis. So I had to learn these skills of how to fix up a house and all that. So, it's just, us really believing in ourselves and believing that we can do anything. And in this movement, I always believe that you can do anything you put your mind to, and you can be anything you want to be in the horror movement.
Uhuru. So we do have 2 questions we're going to ask. But first, I want to thank Barbara, who has made a $100 contribution. Barbara is based in Florida. So that brings us just over the $87,000 mark. And before this plenary ends, y'all, we're gonna raise that $13,000. So thank you, Barbara in Florida. So the first question is going to be from Sayali in Oakland. He says, all of the reports were so powerful. I'm truly inspired. What's the current situation of dealing with the sellout aldermen regarding the properties, especially the property slated for the basketball court and the property for the proposed retail space? And actually, the second question is actually very close, so I'll just ask you right now. Janaba said, please explain the political implications of the candidates Kalambayi and Tachara during this period of rapid growth in St. Louis.
Janaba just answered the question that Sayali. And this whole movement must recognize that.
Yes.
This whole movement must recognize our need to win these elections. And it's not just on these 2 comrades. We got to win them. And so there's going to be a call made for the whole movement to join in to make that happen.
Uhuru, thank you.
The property property?
Yeah, you know, go ahead, DC.
Yeah, the property at 3771 is the property that we actually won from Bosley, who is the alderperson in Ward 3. And that's where we're going to be placing the Women's Health Center at. So we're moving forward with that. The 4007 and the 4009 is where we're going to want to put the retail center at, where we have different businesses. We want to do, containers, make it a real modern day, out of the box, environmental look for that strip. So that's what we're planning to do there. So we're really, really excited. We're going to deal with, like the chairman said, we're going to deal with those candidates, and no people that I know other than Tachara and President Kalambayi can make that happen. If you haven't seen them campaigning and in different forums, you're missing out. They are Uhuru candidates for real.
Well, I know Matop, I think, was trying to say something, but otherwise I was going to. Go ahead, Matop.
I'm sorry, Matop.
Actually, I wasn't. I was just listening, Uhuru. Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chairman.
I just thought that this was a really important question that was just raised. And the thing is that the people hear this garbage coming from liberals and media forces. That, wow, the people are not voting and we want the people to vote, et cetera, et cetera. They're lying. They don't want people to vote. There's a very small core of people throughout this country who participate in this whole electoral process. In most cases, it's for us, it's the Democratic Party that runs these communities and what have you. They have their structures, they have their procedures, they have their traditions, they have their committee persons, et cetera, and they exist all over our communities. And so they are the ones who ultimately say who can run, whether you're legitimate if you run, what you can say, what you can do. They make these decisions in your communities, in local communities right now. They tried to make them for us. And generally speaking, they contain the debate, they contain the discussion within these confines that's established by them as a part of the status quo. So they met with us and said, nope, you shouldn't run, this person should run, you should run. So, okay, yeah. And then we're running. And what's driving them crazy right now is that we bring our own vehicle into the process in the form of our movement, that we are not reliant on them for permission nor for success. And this is a statement of how important you are in this movement, and people who support what it is that we're trying to do in terms of bringing freedom for our people, because we can beat that machine. And we'll say, like more about that, moving forward. But I just want everybody to understand how significant it is for the party to be alive. Because if the party were not here, the party is fighting the Democratic Party and the whole state apparatus as it inside St. Louis. We did that in St. Petersburg. In St. Petersburg, there were different demographics, which hopefully will be seen as making a profound difference in this instance. But let's win, and we'll say more about that moving forward. So,
Uhuru, Chairman, I wanted to say one quick thing. Yesterday we saw so the question about how we're moving forward with the properties, given that we're in contention with these neo-colonial sellouts. Yesterday in a Board of Aldermen meeting, Bosley, who Columbi is running against, they were discussing a bill about asbestos and whatnot. And he told another alderperson, well, I'm not sure how we can move forward right now because we don't know if we're going to have our jobs in a month from now. We got campaigns. He said, we just got to keep it real. So, yeah, I mean, that's a lot is at stake. And this is how one strategy that we got these campaigns is one strategy we have to unseat them and, making a whole assault on the entire system.
Yes. Yes,
we got Uhuru. Lisa, you're going to say something?
I just said we got to win these elections.
We have to win. We have one more question. This is going to be the last question from Mwambi. How can people get involved in ANIBA, and can you say a little bit more about it?
Well, ANIBA hasn't officially started yet. We are in the process, as you heard in Matot's presentation. We're working on putting together the plan of action starting this year. And as soon as it's up and running, we will be, making presentations, doing webinars. We're really, really excited about building the African Independent Business Association. We have been in training, the ODC for many, many years in professional training, going to professional workshops, paying all this money. So now we have the skills within the party to really take this on. And we want to also bring the community, other businesses in to do, seminars and webinars and all kind of trainings for the African people who own businesses or people who are looking to go into business. So this is going to be really exciting, and it's going to be tied directly to the Bye Bye Power campaign. So it's just like the chairman said, it's all just coming together as one seamless process. And I'm really excited about ANIBA and what it's going to do to forward African self-determination and self-reliance.
Uhuru. Yeah. Uhuru, well, that was the time that we had allotted for the Q&A portion. So thank you again, DC Ona, and everybody who participated in the Office of the Deputy Chair's report to the African People's Socialist Party's 2nd, 7th Congress Plenary. And so now it's my honor to bring up, let me say this first, because something the chairman just said really, you resonated with me in a different kind of way, where he kept pushing the question of governing, And I remember that the first plenary I went to was 2016. That was themed Organize to Win, Organize to Govern. And the chairman is really trying to have all of the membership of the party to really understand that that's what we're doing this work for. But it also means that even before he set out to create the African People's Socialist Party, the African Social International, the Uhuru movement, he had to first believe that he could do it. And that is like, that's just a very, powerful thing to make note of. So it's my honor to bring up Chairman Omali Ishitela, as well as another comrade who I work with closely every day, which is Comrade Kinge Maele, to present the highest honor of the party, which is the Omali Ishitela Award. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I think that Comrade Ekenge is the person who is actually leading this process. And so I'd like to go ahead and ask her to step forward as she's going to talk to us about the regulation that's associated with the awards, the significance of that, and here she is. Uhuru Comrade Ekenge.
Uhuru comrades. Again, my name is Ikinge Maele. I am a chief of staff in the office of Chairman Omali Shatella, and this has been a great, fantastic second day of the second plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party. I want to say that if you missed the program yesterday, you missed the nominees and the awardees for the Marcus Garvey Comrade of the Year, which are chosen by a recognition committee approved by the Office of Chairman Omali Shatella. The nominees are accepted from throughout our various organizations and departments. And to quote from the administrative regulation, the policy states that it is the policy of the chairman to recognize the office of the chairman to recognize individuals for their accomplishments and contributions through a variety of acknowledgement and recognition programs. Acknowledgement and recognition is encouraged through one of the organization-wide programs, which are: number 1, the Chairman Omali Shatella Certificate or Award of Achievement. Number 2, the Comrade of the Quarter and Outstanding Comrade of the Year. And the Comrade of the Year was the 2 awards that we awarded yesterday. 3, the Movement Unity Award. 4, the Organizational Service Award. 5, the Bold Initiative Award. Number 6, the Chairman Omali Shatella Congratulatory Notes. And number 7, the Departmental and Regional Informal Awards. Again, the awards that were presented yesterday were the Marcus Garvey Comrade of the Year. And today we'll be presenting the Chairman Omali Shatella Award of Achievement. To read from the administrative regulation, the Chairman Omali Shatella Certificate or Award of Achievement. The Chairman Omali Shatella Award of Achievement recognizes individuals who make significant contributions in leadership, program management, budgetary excellence, customer service, or other areas with an organizational-wide impact. Individuals who receive this award will normally make contributions that materially improve the organization's institution and vision. Those individuals in a leadership role may nominate individuals for this recognition. Approval of this award will be made by Chairman Omali Shatella. And I would like to recognize Comrade Maureen Wagner, who was put forward by the African People's Solidarity Committee. And I'd like to say a little bit about her, that Maureen jumped into this work recognizing the profound possibilities of this period, talking about during the COVID period, defined by the leadership and influence of Chairman Omali Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party. She took full advantage of this time of mass resistance of African people and the deepening crisis of imperialism that has contributed to the vulnerability of the ruling class and corporations. Winning reparations was the #1 goal. Again, I want to recognize Comrade Maureen Wagner, who is a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee. However, for this award, I would like to ask Chairman Omali Shatella to come forward and to present the winner of this particular award. Uhuru.
Uhuru. First, I want to thank Comrade Ekenge and all of you for participating in this plenary, either as members of the party of the Uhuru movement or as friends. I want to say that up to now, this has been a very important and I believe revealing process. Also, I want to just say that I don't know exactly the length of time that I've known Comrade Maureen Wagner. I know it was in the 80s when we met. I know I tested her in a very serious way early on. in terms of her ability to be a part of this movement, a part of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and in a very serious way, and ways that some ways that I know some other people, including members, Africans who were in our party, would not have been able to successfully endure. I have always been impressed by this comrade, her loyalty, her commitment to the struggle, the contribution she's made otherwise. So I wanted to say that. In terms of the awardee, let me say that since this plenary has begun, much of it has been focused on the contributions that Comrade Deputy Chair Onozine Ishitela have made to us, to this process. I remember, and some of you may have heard me refer I remember reading this, that when the Bolsheviks, the Soviet, the Communist Party, Russian Labor Democratic Party succeeded in capturing power, that this is in 2017, it's dead winter, and they're in this unheated hall that was the part of the governmental entity that they have just replaced. And they are sitting, many of them, on their suitcases and bundle up in coats, big coats. Of Russian winter is nothing to play with. You can, it helped to kill all those Nazis who were trying to invade the Soviet Union. And they're freezing. And they're kind of scared. And the reason they won't take off their coats and they won't open their suitcases, because they don't know if the army is going to march in on them and actually kick them out. They're not sure they've actually won power initially. And so they said, look, well, we need some money to run the government. And so sent an emissary to go to the bank and tell us to give some money. And they sent somebody to go to the bank to get the money. And the bank said, we're not giving you any damn money. Are you crazy? And so the new Russian government coming into being had to actually send forces in there and rob the bank to get money to function with. That's usually how it is coming to power. You have to go up against an already established institution, the established state apparatus and all that stuff. But what we've seen in part as a consequence of what Comrade Deputy Chair has brought to our party in this most recent period is that we are actually preparing to govern. So right now, you've heard mention of the incipient bank that we are creating, the Uhuru Wabinki Freedom Bank. It starts off as something within our party and our movement, et cetera, but the objective, of course, is to make it the bank. And the point that I'm trying to make is, in part, because of the contribution that Comrade Ona has made, we're not going to have to rob the bank. We're going to be running the bank. You know what I'm saying? So, in terms of the awardee, I just wanted to say, as you know, we've spoken so much about this comrade, and I said, since her ascension to the ranks of party leadership, the Deputy Chair, Onozine Ishitela, has been driven by my declaration that our party is preparing to govern. She has played the critical role in constructing principles and structure of state power within the party and in our committees and constituent organizations. It is a declaration that she has taken as seriously as any of the mandates and resolutions for her office from our congresses and plenaries. The Deputy Chair has fought furiously to professionalize every department, committee, and mass organization of our party and the entire Uhuru movement. Literally, every report from party leaders and committees to this plenary has been influenced by the intervention of Comrade Deputy Chair Onozine Ishitela. The Deputy Chair offers more evidence of the capability of the African working class when free from the constraints of colonial domination. So I can't say more than what everyone else has said and what was articulated even in the political report that we just adopted in this plenary process on yesterday. So the awardee for this certificate of achievement from my office is Comrade Deputy Chair Onazane Ishitela. I don't think she knew this because she was curious about why I came to sit next to her. And I don't think that Comrade Isaiah would be doing that if T'Challa came next. Socialist would do that if Bakri was coming to sit next to her, or if Amanda would do that if Jesse was coming to sit next to her. Did I leave out anybody? Abdullah, and if Malika would do that if Abdullah was coming in, and yeah, and oh yeah, and I know about Comrade Sister Michelle, that she wouldn't have done that if Comrade Masamela had come to sit next to her. But this is why I've come to sit next to you. And this is the Chairman Omali Shatella Award of Achievement. And in recognition and profound appreciation for the years of work and leadership and the struggle for African liberation, unity, and socialism, the African People's Socialist Party presents this award to Onazane Ishitela for the year 2020. So here it is.
Wow.
Uhuru, Deputy Chair. Uhuru, comrade.
Ooh, thank you so much, Chairman.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
Good.
I thought this was, when you started talking about Marine, I thought you were talking about Marine. You know, this just really took me for a loop. So.
Well, part of that is because you make me watch these stupid on TV all the time and who won.
But wow, I just really want to, yeah. This is.
Comrade, we just want to say, if you can look at the chat, we absolutely love you and just appreciate everything that you have given to each and every one of us in this movement. I can say personally that I am a better person, a better comrade as a result of your leadership. If you look at the chat, everyone is congratulating. Look at the hearts from Columbaye.
Wow.
Congratulations, comrade.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just, yeah, this is a great achievement. You know, it's better than any Emmy or Grammy. You know, this is about the liberation of our people. And as quiet as it's kept, you know, when my brother actually brought me to a Uhuru gym of our own to work out. And I met Kenya Wala, or Kenya Ishitela, and she introduced me to the movement. And, you know, I never thought today in 2020 I'd be presented with an award from the chairman, you know, the highest award in our movement. And I'm really, really, truly, truly honored, you know, for this award. I can't think of any place else I would rather be or be doing right now. This work is hard work, but it's very rewarding. You know, it's very rewarding. And I could not have this award without each and every one of you, because I think I've worked with everybody that's in the Uhuru movement in some form or fashion. And you're the people that keep the ODC and the party and the economic work going. So I just want to give you a part of this award as well, because I couldn't have done it without you. And I really appreciate and salute the chairman and the whole African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Ikinge. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you and congratulations to DC Ona. Well, really congratulations to DC Ona. That was the Omali Ishitala Award presentation. So now we will be taking a break. For some people, it's a breakfast break. Others, it's a lunch break. And some, it's a dinner break. And we will return at 1:30 p.m. Eastern sharp. That's 1:30 p.m. Eastern, 12:30 p.m. Central, 10:30 a.m. on the West Coast. I don't know what that's about. And in some other parts of the world, 6:30 p.m. in London, 7 or 8:30 p.m. in Azania. Wherever anybody else is tuning in from, 1:30 p.m. Eastern, we will come back with the rest of the second day of the African People's Socialist Party's second 7th Congress Plenary. Uhuru.